Yo, what's up? Hello. If anyone's in the chat, how we doing today? BT, we're back, and today we're just going to basically break down the heavyweight division. It's been a while since I've gone live. I've been busy, but we're here now, and you basically express what do you feel about the heavyweight division, or where do you feel the direction it's going right now? And we do have guys, rumors of AJ and Fury fighting. If Fury's able to get past Deontay Wilder, some people think Deontay Wilder can win. But yeah, let's break down. I don't want to just break down the heavyweights and what they're going to do. I also want to talk about what the contenders or any possible prospects, anything they want to do. So yeah, and in terms of that, I have some data here on Dillian Whyte, Anthony Joshua, and Deontay Wilder. Basically broke down their resumes. These were for like different videos, kind of, but I feel like they can be used here as well in terms of breaking down who they've already fought, who the people they are fought, right? Because if you fight guys, they've both fought Eric Molina, and that might lead you to believe, wait, is Eric Molina a top level contender? You actually look when in their career, in their championship reign, they fought Eric Molina. It's very clear that he's just kind of like a journeyman. And and Daniel says a heavyweight division before Lucas Brown takes over. Exactly, before Lucas Brown becomes undisputed fighting Pulev, right? So we already know that Pulev is next for AJ, and then after that, WBO have said they want Usyk to fight him. So he kind of has his hands full right now, and those two guys already have commitments for him. We know Usyk and Chisora want to fight, so I think that'll be a great test because even though Chisora has never been rated in like the top 10 by the Ring magazine, he's obviously a good heavyweight. He only really loses to the best guys, and even some of his losses are controversial or split decision, majority decision kind of thing. So he always shows up to fight. If you guys want a link, I'll drop one in the chat right now. Have some patience with me though. If you're backstage, just let me know. But yeah, so in terms of the actual champions and former champion Deontay Wilder, they already have their schedules booked. We have Fury rematch with Wilder, the trilogy. We have AJ, like I just said, Pulev and Usyk. Wilder fighting Fury. Dillian Whyte, he's waiting on the mandatory position, but he's going to fight Alexander Povetkin next. And I think that'll be a great fight. Povetkin and Whyte are both, I think Whyte's like top 5, and I think Povetkin's like right behind that. I think that'll be a great fight. It's going to be behind closed doors if my memory serves correct. So yeah, that's a good one. I think people aren't really talking about that because they may think it's a foregone conclusion. But what's up, Intangible? How you doing?
Doing pretty well.
Huh?
I'm doing pretty well.
What's up, man? That's good. That's good to hear.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm just talking about how Lucas Brown is going to basically beat Pulev for undisputed.
Nah, man. I disagree with that. I think Lucas Brown is I think he's going to defeat Kyotaro Fujimoto. Once Kyotaro Fujimoto defeats Tyson Fury, he's going to defeat Joshua. Fujimoto is going to beat Fury, and then they're going to match up for undisputed.
Yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, that's how it goes down.
That'll be the greatest event in the history of Western Asia, or the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, I was going to say hemisphere. Definitely more than Asia. But real talk, right? I'm looking at the rankings here right now as of March for Ring Magazine since they haven't been updated. And they have Luis Ortiz at number 4, technically number 5 because Fury's champion. How do you feel about that?
I disagree. What has he done in the last year? He's beaten Ross Von Kajan. Well, that was 2 years ago, actually.
Yeah.
Christian Hammer. Actually, Christian Hammer was more than a year ago. He had one fight against Wilder where he got knocked out. But even if you go through the last 2 years, he's beaten Ross Von Kajan, Christian Hammer, the guy he faced in between those two guys. And,
Travis Kaufman.
Yeah, Travis Kaufman. He got knocked out by Wilder. And Dillian Whyte has beaten Rivas, Parker, Marius Vach. And that's it. But, I mean, Marius Vach is probably better than any of the guys Luis Ortiz has beaten. I mean, all of those guys are pretty much gatekeeper level fighters or journeymen.
Yeah.
But Marius Vach was able to beat Christian Hammer. And I mean, he's probably better than Travis Kaufman and Ruslan Kajanu.
I would say so, but a lot of people like to discredit White for that fight. Personally, for me, that fight was kind of like bonus because I know they didn't really plan that fight. It was kind of both of them. Well, first of all, we had the White situation with UCAD, and he didn't know whether he'd be able to box for a while. And then they wanted Eddie Hearn wanted to put him on the AJ Ruiz 2 card, so they kind of just slapped him in there with Marius Walk, even though they weren't in great shape. For me, that's not the fight that makes me say, you know what, Dillian Whyte deserves a shot. You know, I already felt that beforehand.
He put
Um,
Marius Walk in 2 weeks' notice. It wasn't. It wasn't. I mean, it wasn't anywhere predetermined or planned that he would fight him. He had a two
yeah,
week.
both guys were like 270 something, right? And I mean, White has been there before, but that's like I forget what fight. Maybe he hasn't been at 270, but that's probably the heaviest he's been in a long time. So obviously, you know, these guys weren't really prepared to fight. When I look at Dillian Whyte, what to me makes me feel he should get a shot at the WBC title. I look at his win over Helenius Parker, the Chisora Rivas, right, and obviously, you know, his controversial victory over Lucas Brown because they drugged Lucas Brown. But I guess we still have to give him credit for that.
You see, that was a
But
little over 2 years ago. But I'm going to take this to court, and I'm going to get Lucas Brown's mandatory position for Tyson Fury.
yeah, I think he's lineal, right? Just the way it breaks down, he's lineal.
Yeah, he beat Ruslan Chagayev.
Yeah, there you go.
And James Toney.
Yeah, and then to me, someone I also want to talk about, while we're still talking about top contenders, former champions, is Joseph Parker. And I personally really like Joseph Parker. He's one of the younger heavyweights. I think he's younger than both Reeds and AJ, who are both 29, 30. And then, you know, you have some of the older heavyweights like Alexander Povetkin, who's 40, and Luis Ortiz, who's 732. So, yeah, the heavyweight division is it's diverse right now, and I like Joseph Parker, but I just don't feel he's taking the right fights at the moment. He's fighting a lot of guys who I feel like he would already beat.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think his level of competition. I mean, his best victory has been Andy Ruiz. Other than that, what does he have? Huey Fury, Alexander Dimitrenko, Alex Leopai, Shondell Winters, and Alexander Flores.
Yeah, he has Takam as well.
Takam is all right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the fact that he's been in the heavyweight division for quite a while now, he hasn't really improved. I just haven't seen any growth in his skills. He mixes it up too much. He makes the same mistakes every single fight. I'm just kind of losing faith in him. I'd sort of see him as a top 10 contender, but nothing special. Don't have anything against him. I mean, he's more deserving than Luis Ortiz, no doubt about it. But I think there's a reason he's not in the mandatory mix. Shondell Winters, Alex Leopai is not going to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, he fought. I mean, it was a cool fight to watch. Like, it was entertaining, I guess. But he just shouldn't really be fighting 10-rounders with cruiserweights at this point, you know? I want him to get in there with someone. Like, I thought the Chisora fight, even though Chisora is, like, not. I like Chisora personally, and I don't know if I'm being biased, but I think he's, like, a really good test at heavyweight for a lot of people, right? Like, if you beat Chisora, you have a chance. If you can't, you don't really have a chance.
He's a gatekeeper.
Yeah, he's kind of like a
pretty high-level gatekeeper. He's between gatekeeper and contender.
Yeah, that's there you go, perfect. Because he's not really a journeyman, even though his record might lead you to believe that. But he gives guys who are good fights. You know what I mean? So I think if you were to fight someone like Chisora, that would have been a good fight. At this point, if he fights someone like a Hunter or Rivas, that would be fights I'd really be interested in him and seeing him turn up in those fights. If he could possibly win, those would be good wins as well. Move him up into the title shot talk. But right now, he seems like he has a lot of potential. He's young. He's very well-rounded. He has no glaring weaknesses.
All-around skills.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't seem uncoordinated. He has good reach, height. I just feel like maybe he needs to change something up in his training or matchmaking or something so we can see him kind of get pushed more in the heavyweight division because he's honestly very talented and I don't see him being talked about enough considering the potential he has. But it makes sense when you think about the last person he fought that was even worth mentioning was Dillian Whyte in 2018. You know what I mean?
Yeah, although those Chisora fights aren't going to happen next because he's rumored to actually fight Lucas Brown. So
Is he? Wait, are you serious?
yes, he is actually rumored to fight Lucas Brown.
Oh, that'd be great.
And
That's not a bad fight. It's not a
being
great
totally
fight. It's not
serious,
good.
being totally serious, that is not the right step to go in.
No.
Fighting a guy who got knocked out by a body shot by Dave Allen is a bad direction to go in your career. Not making any progress.
And like unironically, being completely serious, why on earth is he fighting Lucas Brown? Is it just because of COVID and he's nearby, or what?
Probably just a local regional fighter. They're not connected by promoter or anything. Maybe they can make the fight nearby.
I mean, isn't that was kind of like the same deal with Alex Lepai, right?
I guess so.
Yeah, man.
Alex Lepai was sort of a showcase opponent. Tough chin will just let Joseph Parker beat his ass for however many rounds the fight went.
Yeah, and then kind of moved down the ladder just a little bit, but not too much. You know, there was that upset with Robert Helenius knocking out Adam Konatsky after basically being beat up the whole time, and then Konatsky never used defense in any capacity, just got chin checked a bunch and dropped, got up too quick, eventually got stopped. Right? What do you think about Adam Konatsky's basically his road back to title contention, or what about Robert Helenius? Is he in a good spot? Does he give him a rematch? What does he do?
At this point, I think Adam Konatsky is just. I guess he was overrated, and I guess his opposition was overrated as well. Gerald Washington, Charles Martin. I think he's just around their level. He had a tough fight with Charles Martin, maybe slightly above that level, but he's pretty much around French contender area, and same with Robert Helenius. They're all around the same level. Robert Helenius lost to Gerald Washington.
KO.
I just don't think that they're going. I just don't really see. I really don't see them having a massive road back to contention. And Robert Helenius is a guy who's, his ambition has always been a question. He's never really had the mentality to come back and win big fights.
Yeah, and granted, I don't know, I just don't feel like he's in the position where he can get a title. But maybe with that win from Konatsky, he can pull some leverage because, I mean, before he lost to Gerald Washington, he lost to Dillian Whyte. So it's not like he's bad, right? Obviously, he was a good prospect at one point, and it kind of didn't pan out properly.
Yeah, he is a very talented fighter. I mean, but he just didn't have the ambition. Things got in the way of him, and like promotional issues, and he just went on long layoffs. Had that controversial Chisora fight.
Yeah.
I mean, his career kind of ended pretty fast.
Yeah, I think this kind of lights a fire under him to maybe bring something back, but I obviously don't see him becoming a champion. Maybe he can get a big money fight or a possible rematch. No clue where he's going to go really, but as of right now, he seems to be in a good spot coming off that win. But like Charles D says here, when I saw him go 12 with Areola, I mean, no disrespect to Areola, right? He used to be top 10. But keyword used to, right? He's kind of way past his prime.
I remember he was in the top 10 about 9 or 10 years ago.
Yeah, like a decade removed. Exactly. So, I mean, this is a guy who's already been TKO'd by Bermain Stavern, and Deontay Wilder being lost to Bermain Stavern. He's just been in a lot of fights, and I don't think you should be setting a heavyweight record for punches versus Chris Areola when he's 38 years old. You know what I mean? It's a has-been of someone who was a contender essentially 10 years ago. So that to me was very telling. The Washington and Martin, like he honestly has a pretty decent resume. He's technically being a former champion, right? Ariel is a former title challenger, Washington title challenger, Archer Spielke title challenger. But these are just not quite the level of opposition that would prove to us that he's good, and it kind of showed when he got his defense was exposed.
I mean, Samuel Vargas was a title challenger. Like, I'm not going to give all this credit to Gerald Washington because Deontay Wilder once fought him.
Yeah, that's
So,
true.
I mean, they don't have really any good victories. They just had a certain level of experience, but they were all around the same gatekeeper level.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I feel like you got it right on the bullseye, like fringe contender level fighter where I don't think he's going to become a champion. He may challenge for a championship at one point, but I don't see him winning against any of the top 8 guys right now, really. So,
And
he
Archer
kind of,
Silva may be entering journeyman level. I mean,
at this point, I think he is because I can't think of the last time he won a good fight, you know?
he beat Marius Vach.
Oh, there you go, I guess. Marius Vach. That's fantastic. Um, yeah, he got sparked by Chisora, and I think he's had some like low-level fights after that. But at this point, he should honestly either accept journeyman status or just retire because that Chisora KO was absolutely brutal. Like seriously.
And the Wilder knockout where he basically got killed in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, yeah, killed by Wilder, and then immediately after TKO'd by Konatsky, beats Walk in a split decision, then gets killed by Derek Chisora. It's like I don't know, man. What do you really do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he beat Thomas Adamek. Great
Yeah,
victory right there. And Jamil McCline.
yeah, those are his good victories. Yeah, man. So for me, I think talking about the top heavyweights, not that oh, get the Smokes in the background. What's up, Smoke? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, IBT? What's up, Tangi? What's up, chat?
Yeah, what's up? So right now, I was just kind of talking about. I feel like we know the situation with the top heavyweights, right? Unless there's anything you guys want to go into there. I know this may not sound nice, but I think the results of the matches are basically we kind of know what's going to happen, excluding Usyk kind of being a wild card at heavyweight and Wilder having his right hand. It'll always show up at some point. Like that's his whole thing, right? Like it'll show up. It didn't, unfortunately, for him in the last 2 fights with Fury, but who knows? It could be third time's the charm, right? And we also have Tyson Fury saying he'll drop the belt if he has to fight Dillian Whyte, or if they try to make him fight Dillian Whyte, which to me is just so that gets me like actually upset because the idea that we could have a 4 belt undisputed, him as someone hailing from Britain and Josh was also from Britain, they should be excited to have this mega fight, the British super heavyweight undisputed. It would be huge, and the idea that he's going to drop a belt because he just doesn't like for no reason does not want to fight Dillian Whyte. It's like he could fight Anthony Joshua, because Anthony Joshua is going to be busy with both Pulev and Usyk. So like him saying that kind of stuff like really upsets me because it just seems like you're ducking someone who you say you can be very easily. It just seems unnecessary, right? And this adds more stuff to the Dillian Whyte thing, and I know Smoke's probably not going to like it, but why on earth would you drop the WBC title to not fight Dillian Whyte? But besides that, I think that situation is kind of sorted out in terms of who they're going to fight. But I want to know who do you guys think is going to move up, who's going to move down. I personally think that the Whyte Povetkin fight is going to be good. I think Ruiz can have another shot at a title and possibly see success, but it all depends on his discipline. And from what I'm seeing on Instagram, it's just not. I'm not very happy with what I'm seeing.
Yeah, no. So as far as Whyte, Whyte and his shot, and Tyson Fury is what he's saying. I think that is just, I think it's a little bit of a tempest in the teapot, and the way that fights are promoted in the 21st century, they try to promote it through controversy, because the actual most boxing fan, like hardcore boxing fans, or even casual, somewhat casual boxing fans, understand the concept of unifications trumping mandatories. There's a certain point in your boxing experience where you understand that as a concept. So the fact that Tyson Fury is coming out and saying a bunch of stuff, to me, is just that, because at the end of the day, all we're talking about is a mandatory more important than undisputed? And I don't think anybody would say yes, regardless of how they feel about Dillian Whyte?
Yeah, I do somewhat consider the fact that maybe Tyson Fury is sensationalizing and just trying to say stupid shit, because he had Dillian Whyte on like a short list of fighters he would fight after he would beat Wilder before the Wilder fight, I think. But I mean, also he just says a lot of stupid stuff. I mean, he literally said in an interview that he was jealous because AJ had a bigger dick than he did. So I can't take a lot of the things he says seriously. But if it does come true, that's gonna make me upset.
Yeah, and to me, like I get Fury goes out and says stupid stuff all the time just to say it, right? Like when they're talking about his chin, he's talking about his unorthodox methods of basically making sure his chin is good, and you have him, flip flopping every other week with saying, "I have 3 more fights, and I'm retired." And the week after that, he goes, "I'm gonna box till I'm 40." So not that I can really hold him accountable to his word, anyways, and not that I have been doing that. But just the idea that this is in the conversation at all, or him being changed to WBC franchise status, when I don't know how unification or undisputed works with that, it's going to be very. It's just frustrating to hear, and it's not that I think that mandatory would trump a unification, but the idea with this undisputed is it would be for all 4 belts, and if he drops a belt to fight AJ, it's no longer undisputed. It wouldn't even be unification because he doesn't hold a title at that point, right? He has Ring Magazine and Linear.
Yeah, it's shameless self-promotion. He's saying that he's bigger than all this stuff, and everybody wants to see him fight AJ regardless of it being undisputed. It's nonsense. He's just blowing smoke up his own ass. Like, that's all that's happening.
Yeah, exactly. And to me, if he actually goes through with it, he's going to get fully smoked, because that is a ridiculous statement to make, and he's constantly flip-flopping. So I don't think it happens, but if he does, he gets full smoke. And to the point that you were making, get to smoke about how undisputed or unification would trump a mandatory, at that point, it wouldn't be any of those things. And not only that, the idea that they want to do is they want to do an instant rematch, and mandatories would get in the way of the rematch, not the first fight, right?
Yeah, if he does drop the WBC belt and all this comes true, I'm going to join forces with the LDBC to trash Fury's image, and I'm going to start promoting the glove scandal.
Yeah, me too.
Well, yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that it is an outside group that is destroying Tyson Fury's image. He's doing an excellent job through his own actions, and people just pointing out his actions isn't like some sort of concerted conspiracy to trash Tyson Fury. The guy is who he's always been, and we just pointed out. But I also, just as an observation for me, all the franchise champions that we've experienced, there's only been 2, but we didn't find out about them being franchise champions until after the fact. So all of this dangling franchise champions in front of our face before it's happened is also, to me, a red flag.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, because, the first one with Canelo, right, it just kind of came out of nowhere. We'd never heard of it, so obviously how could we predict it? But the Lomachenko one was especially surprising, considering it was a vacant title unification, and then immediately after, within a single defense, they upgraded him to franchise. So it just seems like they wanted to attach their money to him, and they couldn't do that before. Very strange situation overall. But yeah, Fury, I'm biased saying Fury must have been on his coke again or something, because what a ridiculous thing. What a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah, it's like the part of the value of AJ Fury is for undisputed, and part of that undisputed, what brings value to that, is the WBC. So the WBC has a financial interest in the undisputed fight. If the WBC feels like, hey, you know what, our belt needs to have some legitimacy, or maybe we can make some more money by doing a white fight and the undisputed, I doubt that hasn't been their history. So I don't know why all of a sudden they just be that way for Tyson Fury. But yeah, again, it's their belt and they can do it that way anyway. But for him to come out and be all pissy seems to me to be more of like a promotion thing, since the WBC in the past have kind of bent over backwards in order to make undisputed happen. Yeah. Especially considering undisputed, especially like pushing back the undisputed undisputed. You know.
Precisely. Yeah. Intangible, did you want to say something? I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh, no, I actually didn't. I didn't really have anything else to add on to that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, but yeah, that's essentially my thoughts on that. And I forgot I haven't been live in a minute. I haven't been on many lives for quite some time. So yeah, if that Fury thing, I know he likes to just like you were saying, just basically blow smoke up his ass. But if he actually does go through with it, then I think the entire boxing community has to actually just flame him because that seems completely ridiculous. It's not even like it would serve a good purpose. Like AJ, I don't think he can
Yeah,
even fight him if he after he beats because he'll have the Wilder fight and then his hands are free if he drops the belt, right? But for AJ, he wants to keep the belt, so he'll have to fight Pulev and then he'll have to fight Usyk. It doesn't make any sense to me. And Bias has a question for you, sis, or not you specifically, but basically the panel. Do you guys think that White is a threat to Fury at all?
um,
Not really.
in the sense that something could happen in the fight and it would mess up the undisputed fight. Sure. I wouldn't think that White is going to beat him or something like that. I mean, but Wallin, I didn't expect Wallin to win either, but what happened in the Wallin fight could have affected the outcome in the Wilder fight.
Yeah,
if he overcommits to his jab, then maybe Dillian Whyte could catch him. That is his only chance of winning the fight. That is it. If Tyson Fury isn't snorting coke, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't even see Dillian Whyte having the skills to exploit that. He's not that great a counterpunch. But Tyson Fury's jab is so far away that even if he overcommits, it's not all of a sudden you're going to be on the inside, right? Dillian Whyte's footwork, closing the distance, I haven't seen it, so we'll see.
I will say Dillian Whyte does get a lot of extension with the left hook. He can throw it really wide, and it can go out of your field of vision. So if Fury does overcommit, maybe he can time him with that shot.
Yeah, I think his left hook will be a great asset, and I feel like something a lot of these fighters haven't done. These fighters being Deontay Wilder and Vladimir Klitschko, his two best wins, right? I don't really feel like they went to the body enough. And I feel like Fury moves his head very well, but if you look at his body when he does that, it doesn't move, right? I mean, it's basically a cylinder moving. So you can still hit the base of the cylinder, and I think that's where that's why I put more faith into Joshua to beat him than Deontay Wilder, just because of the way their styles mesh together. But obviously, I mean, Fury's a phenomenal talent. Joshua's a phenomenal talent. Deontay Wilder has his spectacular right hand, so they all have a shot. But Dillian Whyte doesn't quite have that wow factor, but he does have that left hook, and he's very resilient. And I think while he may suffer from the similar issues of Deontay Wilder, he doesn't suffer from them as much. But he doesn't have that right hand. Obviously, his thing is the left hook, and it's not quite as lights out. But do you guys think the difference in boxing skill between a Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua, or Deontay Wilder and Dillian Whyte, do you think that'll have an effect in the fight in terms of favoring Fury's opposition?
I don't think there's a huge skill gap between Wilder and Whyte. Maybe there are more things Whyte can do than Wilder, but AJ, in my opinion, is a more skilled fighter than Wilder. You do bring up a great point that both guys, Klitschko and Wilder, do headhunt, and also they don't have much of a punch variety. With Klitschko, his entire thing was pretty much just jab, stiff jab, left hook, and the occasional right hand, and he wouldn't let his shots go unless you were open, and he didn't like taking the fight to you. He also didn't really have an uppercut. Same thing with Wilder, except Wilder didn't really throw his left hook as well. With AJ is definitely going to pose a bigger threat.
Yeah, I think that the things that AJ and Dillian Whyte bring is they both have a little more punch variety than the latter, even though, Vladimir Klitschko is an all-time. I mean, the amount of defenses he made is very, I think it's the most or around there.
No, it's
pretty high up.
Joe Louis has the most.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry, Joe Louis would be the most. My bad. I'm thinking more modern of them because Deontay Wilder's 10 is a lot, but Klitschko had like 20 something. So
he had around.
Yeah.
But
So
you also have to take into account that the WBO, those title defenses, it wasn't an actual recognized belt. So a lot of those are like a padded. But anyway, he has a lot of defenses. He has an inordinate, Larry Holmes has a lot of defenses. He's got a lot of defenses. Well, actually, Larry Holmes didn't have as many defenses as he did. And, Muhammad Ali had two different reigns. But also so did Vladimir Klitschko. So anyway, the idea, though, that punch variety equals danger is a false dichotomy, right? That does, just because you have a wider, more punch selection does not make you a more dangerous fighter.
I disagree.
If you guys can understand that idea.
If you have less of a punch variety, there are less shots you have to avoid. The only game plan you have to prepare when you fight Wilder
that's fine, but also power comes into play also. If you have a lot of punches but you don't have pop, then your increased punch variety, that's all you've increased is your punch variety. You have not increased your danger, the level of danger you actually possess.
Well, you bring more tools to the table. So the power doesn't matter as much because if you have really good, let's say, jab and right hand, those are the things that have been brought against Fury so far. He's shown multiple times that he's able to nullify these tools. But if you bring things like AJ's uppercut or Dillian Whyte's left hook or some attacks to the body, it brings more to the table. That's more things to think about.
All you guys are talking about is personalities that he haven't fought, right? But when you talk about styles, so first off, he only has the one blemish on his record, and it was put there by a guy who doesn't have the punch variety that you're talking about, right? So Deontay Wilder does not have the punch variety of a Christian Hammer or of a Derek Chisora. However, he did better than both of those guys, right? But so the idea, the level of danger equals your shot selection. What I'm saying is that's not necessarily the case, right? Okay. Also, the idea that Deontay Wilder doesn't go to the body. Deontay Wilder does go to the body. He just wasn't winning rounds going to the body.
He doesn't. He jabs to the body and stuff, but he doesn't dig to the body. You know what I'm saying? Like, he isn't getting up in your chest and throwing hooks. And Otto Wallin was kind of giving him some pressure fighting, and that was making Fury uncomfortable. But really quick, before you rebuttal, I just want to introduce Steve Jefferson. What's up, man?
What's up, IBT? What's up, fellas? What's going on?
How you doing? And then we got Tony's review. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
I'm doing just fine. Welcome to the panel, guys. So, Smoke, you want to talk about how the variety of punches doesn't affect your danger level at all versus Fury?
No, look,
I'm saying that it doesn't make, just because you are a more technically sound fighter or you have a better shot, that doesn't equal higher degree of, or more or less dangerous, right? You have to deal with what the guy brings and the danger that possesses. Not compare him to somebody else and say because he doesn't compare in this one category, he's less dangerous than that person.
Yeah, well, Wilder doesn't compare in a lot of categories, so it ain't just one. But yeah, that's a valid statement what you said, and nobody takes one category, but there's a lot of categories people can break Wilder down in.
I 1000% disagree with everything Smoke just said about punch variety doesn't matter versus power and danger. I 1000% disagree. That's coming from somebody who's actually fought.
Okay, and that's fine that you fought. And I'm not saying, and I'm not taking anything away from you fighting. I'm saying that a good 1-2, regardless of how many other punches you have in your arsenal, can make you just as dangerous as a guy who can hit you from every single direction with everything.
Well,
so
okay. Can
on Fury than Wilder.
But can I respond to like punch variety versus power and what Smoke's saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so here's the deal. This is what any coach and damn near every coach I've ever been around will tell you. And I done been down to Pensacola, Florida, where Roy Jones is, etc. Power will only take you so far. And you saw that with Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder is very dangerous with the right hand. You take away the right hand, he has nothing left. In the second fight against Fury, he had nothing left because the right hand was gone. In the first fight against Fury, Fury got caught twice, but outside of that, he posed no threat, no danger outside of the right hand. Why? Because he lacked the variety to set up the right hand. If you cannot set up your power punch, then your power is useless once you get to a certain skill level. Nobody's going to sit there. Nobody's going to let you hit them. They're going to keep moving and evade that one shot that you have. That's all you got. So at a certain level, your power is actually working against you because you have nothing else to back it up.
Yeah, and
Okay, right. The issue though is just a practical one, right? The issue is Archer Spielka more dangerous than Deontay Wilder? The answer is no. He's not.
But there's
yeah,
levels.
you can say however exactly the reason why there's levels, and that's the reason why Deontay Wilder has gotten to where he's at is because his actual power makes him transcend these levels and these actual rules that you're talking about. That's what I mean by punch selection doesn't equal.
So as far as Deontay Wilder's power goes, Smoke, and I can tell you're a huge Deontay Wilder fan and you're going to disagree with me, and I didn't want to turn this into a debate. But as far as his power goes, you can only rate him off of 4 fights now. Tyson Fury, Ortiz, if you want to count Ortiz. So truth be told, he's not looking that great when it comes to power because that's a 50% knockout ratio if you go off those 2 fighters. He couldn't put Tyson Fury away in either fight, but he did put Ortiz away in both fights. Where was his power at to save him against Fury?
Okay, so
now,
let me kind of.
But that is separate. That's a separate issue. That's a separate issue. But that's not about shot selection.
It is.
Again, both of those guys, right? Both Ortiz. You can put Jared Washington. All of these guys have better shots. They actually have a wider variety of shots that they can throw. However, the wideness of their variety of shots did not get them past the guy who does not have the same variety. That's what I'm trying to. That's the only point I'm making. That there is not an apples to apples. There's not an apples to apples. Danger equals variety of punches that you're able to throw.
Look at what you're comparing to. You're comparing to what he did to Spielka, who's not even a top 40 ranked fighter. At the time Wilder beat him, he might have been in 20 to 30. You're looking at Gerald Washington, who was a punching bag. Like what you're comparing his power taking him through is subpar opponents. When you see him step up.
We don't have to say to Wilder. We can go to Klitschko.
You talk for so long. Just listen.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
When you step up in competition and you've got guys who are going to be good, that are game, top 10 fighters, he's only fought 2, then you will really see how far that power will take you. And thus far, it hasn't done good for him because he's 50-50.
It's a really quick.
Okay, so here's the issue.
Smoke, hold up. Let me just introduce Raider into the stream. How you doing, Raider?
What's cracking, guys? How's it going?
How you doing, man?
What's up,
Raider?
Yo, salute.
Yeah, you guys are you're conflating issues when it comes to when first the standard was danger equals the variety of shots. Now we're talking about levels. Now we're talking about the levels that exist in boxing. My only point is that you cannot make a direct comparison and say that just because a guy has more variety of punches, that makes him a more dangerous fighter.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you right here.
This is why. Hey, look, guys, hold on, real quick. Let me say this real quick. This is why I said when I came in that we can break Wilder down on so many things. But if you just sit here and fuss with Smoke about one isolated thing about this guy, you can go back and forth. But he has many flaws. So just this one isolated thing, he actually has a point on that. But if you break Wilder down for all of his inequities, there's no argument.
I'm about to kill Smoke right here.
Yeah.
I'm about to kill you.
Exactly. Right, and that's what I'm saying. If you were to rate his technical ability versus another heavyweight, then now we're talking, right? But just to say that another guy is more dangerous because he has a greater arsenal of shots, not really.
So I'm about to kill you with your own argument because I see.
Well, I will say this: a lot of other guys are more dangerous than Wilder because they have more to offer than just one shot.
Let me use this point. Okay, if punch variety does not equal danger, right, at a certain level, then tell me this: if one punch is all that matters, and punch variety doesn't matter, then why is it that Tyson Fury knocked Wilder out? Why is it that he beat him from one end of the ring to the other end of the ring, and he's not even a power puncher?
Okay, so again, for some reason, this has got bogged down into Wilder, and that's not really what we're talking about. Because really, we're talking about Klitschko also. This is just an issue about how you rate the danger of a fighter. This is not about Wilder being or anybody. It is literally about whether or not, just because you have a greater arsenal of shot selection, does that make you more dangerous a fighter?
Yes,
and it's not necessarily the case. No, what it means is you have a higher. What it means is you have more ways to hit the guy. That's it. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden you become more dangerous than a guy who doesn't need as many, who's perfected the one way that'll just get you out of there. Whether no matter who that person is, regardless of who that person is.
Let's stay focused on your point. Let me ask you a question. Name any of the greatest knockout artists throughout the history of boxing, and tell me which one of them only relied on one punch. Tell me which one of the greatest knockout artists, no, outside of Deontay, which one didn't have multiple punches they can knock you out with? Name one all-time great knockout artist.
I mean, Adonis Stevenson basically just used his right hand as well. But I feel like we're kind of getting away from the point a little
Tommy
bit.
Hearns, like most of the Kronk guys, like.
So really quick, I feel like we've slightly strayed away from my point about. Yeah. I don't agree with Hearns, but I feel like there are other knockout artists who only used.
Tommy Hearns, do you disagree with Tommy Hearns? He was a tremendous knockout artist.
Yeah, no, I'm saying I don't think he had a one punch. I don't think there was just one punch he
threw that knocked that one out. One punch, integrity.
Yeah, we're saying that.
Think about this. Hey, IBT, think about this fight that just happened. Felix versus Stevenson. Stevenson is not a power puncher, but because he was hitting him from so many different angles, so many different avenues, he became very dangerous and knocked him the fuck out. And he's not even a hard puncher due to punch variety. That is more important than a single punch.
Yeah, so
but that's a different subject.
But it's not. You're missing the point of what I'm saying. Because
you're just changing the point of what I'm saying.
To you, Smoke.
No, you listen.
Breaks these guys down the way he does. Look at Usyk. Usyk's got 2 pillows for hands, and he damn near knocks everybody out. Why is that? Because of the variety of punches he does. He is more dangerous than a Deontay Wilder.
Usyk is more dangerous than Deontay Wilder? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. I don't think Usyk is more dangerous than Deontay Wilder in the division, but we'll see. He will definitely have more shot selection. He'll definitely have more shots, but I don't know that he's more dangerous.
That really all depends on how you interpret the word dangerous. What really does the word dangerous mean? Does it mean you're in danger of losing the fight, or danger of getting knocked out or getting badly hurt? I mean, because if you're trying to
look, check this out. Check this out, bro. Because when you look at the statement that was made, really about having one punch versus a variety of punches, it really shouldn't be an argument. But see, when I make statements like Smoke comes to the defense of Deontay Wilder at any cost, and you get mad at me, Smoke, look at it shouldn't be an argument that one punch versus a variety of punch. But now that it's considered Wilder, you're on the defense. But when I charge you about this, you say that I'm mischaracterizing you. Because this really shouldn't be an argument. Would a boxer generally, should they have one fucking punch or a variety of punches? It shouldn't be an argument. But because it's about Wilder, look at you. Look at you.
So kind of on D's point, I think we were.
Bro, this is not about Wilder. You guys are making it about Wilder. I keep telling you, it's not.
No.
But it's not.
The statement that they're saying?
Just want to argue and make it about Wilder. It's not about Wilder.
What's wrong with the statement they're saying?
Because, like I said, I just said what's wrong with the statement. I said what was wrong with the statement over and over again. Just because you have a greater variety does not make you more dangerous. It's not an apples to apples thing.
So Smoke, the context has been removed now because we've been on it. I've been trying to rein it in. But this wasn't just in general. You could make an argument that some of the best boxers, like Vladimir Klitschko, who, had a very, very long reign, he wasn't one-dimensional because he could switch it up, but he didn't need to, right? He perfected this Kronk style, the 1-2 jab, right hand, left hook kind of thing. My argument, this all started from the context of against Fury. So Fury has already fought Deontay Wilder and Vladimir Klitschko and basically dismantled them, right? He kind of broke them apart piece by piece. and they're very good operators at the 1-2 at the right hand kind of thing. I'm saying that the people who would give Fury more difficulty depends on punch variety, because you can look at a guy like you're saying Gerald Washington and Deontay Wilder. Great, but we're not talking about Deontay Wilder. We're talking about the type of fighter that Deontay Wilder and Vladimir Klitschko were, and the fight that they brought to Tyson Fury was very linear, right? It was masterful. They're very good at that thing that they do, but because he got over that, Tyson Fury was able to overcome them. I'm saying that Fury will have more difficulty with someone who brings a greater punch variety, like even Otto Wallin. Otto Wallin is not a top-level heavyweight. He's not an elite heavyweight by any means, but because he was able to bring pressure and volume and a different type of punch multiple times, right? He was digging to the body, and then he would start jabbing, and he would go. He was able to change it up a lot, and even though he's not a top-level heavyweight, that was giving Fury difficulty combined with the cut, right? So this isn't just any boxer. I'm not making a blanket statement. I'm saying in the context of Tyson Fury, I feel that having more tools in your skill set is going to be difficult for him to combat, because you can't just break down your one tool and work from there. He's going to have to work against multiple things. Do you guys get what I'm saying?
Oh, I get what you're saying perfectly.
Yeah.
And in that context, hold on, Smoke. I was talking. I get what you're saying perfectly. And in that context, the next fighter would definitely make them a more dangerous fighter than Wilder. That's what I'm saying. In the context, it's no arguing this, bro. But because it's Wilder, there's an argument. I don't care what that's just what it sounds like to me.
Yo, stop coming after me, bro. Just stop. Make your point and leave me alone, D. Like, for real. This ain't about me and you today. Just stop it.
Hey, hold on.
That's my point. Admit it.
Hey, but hold on. There's more than one way of being dangerous. There's multiple ways of being dangerous, not just one way.
Yeah, you don't just need power. I mean, the guy who's just going to throw a right hand against me versus the guy who can throw multiple punches and a left hook. And, like, obviously the one who has a greater variety for me, I feel like would be more difficult, right? Especially in the context of Tyson Fury. So we're not trying to say that we think that Dillian Whyte is better than Deontay Wilder, even if some people think that. We're just trying to say in this particular matchup, I feel I have more faith. If you told me I had to bet against Fury and it had to be on Whyte or Wilder, I would pick Whyte, because I just don't feel that Wilder has the ability to adapt or add new things to his skill set in with the time frame that he has to beat Tyson Fury, because Tyson Fury already has his number. He knows how to beat the 1-2. He knows how to beat the right hand. And Wilder doesn't have much more than that at an elite level, while Dillian Whyte has more tools than Deontay Wilder, right? So I'm not saying I think he's better. I'm just saying in this specific case, I think guys like AJ, Dillian Whyte, the other top heavyweights, even Andrew,
guys he hasn't fought yet. But that's just guys he hasn't fought.
Not even just guys he hasn't fought yet. I'm saying I wouldn't have thought that Otto Wallin would have been a more difficult fight than Wilder, but it was. It was a bloody fight. He lost rounds versus Otto Wallin. He won. It was competitive. He won.
When did Otto Wallin drop Fury? When did Otto Wallin drop Fury?
Can I take it further?
Sure. But really quickly, you don't have to drop Fury in order to do better against him. I mean, Steve Cunningham dropped him, right? That doesn't mean that Steve Cunningham.
Yeah, Steve Cunningham did better than Otto Wallin. Yeah, the only thing that Otto Wallin, the only controversy in the Otto Wallin fight, the controversy in the Otto Wallin fight was the cut. Whether or not it was going to get stopped on the cut. It wasn't as though it was a close fight. Tyson Fury beat the shit out of Otto Wallin. The controversy was whether or not the fight was going to get stopped over a cut, not the success that Otto Wallin, this tremendous amount of success that Otto Wallin was experiencing. Because it wasn't that. That's what not the fight that's what happened. He had some success, and the success that he had was going to the body and bringing pressure. But that success that he was having wasn't enough to win rounds.
So if you want to talk about really quick, if you want to talk about him not winning rounds, and why did the judge score 116-112? And if you're not going to be honoring what the judges say, then you have to admit that Deontay Wilder did not truly deserve a draw in the first fight of Tyson Fury, right? So, because I know you do believe that it was a draw, and that's what you call a blemish on his record, even though it's a draw, how did he not win any rounds if one judge had Otto Wallin winning 4 rounds against Tyson Fury? So do you understand what I'm saying? Like it wasn't just the fact that he had a cut. It was this guy was bringing pressure, made Fury look uncomfortable. The cut made him look uncomfortable. Fury won. Right. He was able to overcome He was able to overcome adversity, but it's not like he just swept through Otto Wallin. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about him. I mean, the guy saw success against Fury, and what I'm trying to say is that using not a blueprint, because he didn't set a blueprint, but he set an example that these guys who have a solid 1-2, a solid right hand, that's not enough to beat Fury. You're going to need multiple tools. You're going to need to work to the body. You're going to need a left hook, an uppercut, those kinds of tools. I'm not even saying he'll beat Fury. I'm just saying he'll give Fury a better fight.
Hey, IBT, I'm going to take it even further. I'm going to tell you this right now, because I know Smoke's going to chime in. So I'm going to make this fair, and I'm going to tell you my honest opinion. Like I wrote in your chat, I believe Dillian Whyte beats Fury. I'm going to explain why in a minute. I believe Fury can beat AJ, and I believe AJ versus Whyte is a 50-50 fight. Now, here's the reason why I believe Whyte beats Fury pretty easily. One, Whyte has proven through people like Joseph Parker that he can stay on top of people like glue that try to get away, that are very mobile, that are rangy, that like to work off the jab and move around. Dillian Whyte has proven that he can stay on top of you by cutting off the ring. He can sidestep, he can bob and weave, he can parry. He can get up on you and keep you in mid to close range, which is exactly where he wants you to hit you with overhand rights, overhand lefts, or the left hook. That's the perfect range for him. That's where he keeps you. Now, when you look at Fury, that's what he's absolutely worst against. He, like you said, Steve Cunningham put him on his ass. Chisora was giving him troubles at times. Otto Wallin, when he got him very close, was giving him troubles at times. Fury has an issue with mid to short range fighters who can move side to side and get out of his punches and connect with different varieties of punches, as you've been stating. However, when you look at AJ is pretty much like a Klitschko style fighter. He's very straightforward. He'll come at you in a straight line. Yes, he's got a good jab, just like Klitschko, but I see the fight between AJ and Fury going pretty much like the Klitschko fight, because all the strengths that Klitschko had are pretty much the same strengths that AJ has. So I think Fury being taller, longer, and faster, and AJ's not good at cutting off the ring. He couldn't stay on top of Parker. He had problems hitting Takam. It's just all his weaknesses are Fury's strengths. And then, like I said, all of Fury's weaknesses are Dillian Whyte's strengths. That's why I believe and the way I believe.
All right, I got to chime in on this. I hear you. That's a good breakdown. But you didn't account for, you said all Dillian Whyte's strengths are Fury's weaknesses. All Fury's weaknesses are Dillian Whyte's strengths. Not true. Dillian Whyte is sloppy. He's sloppy, bro. You got to admit it. He is sloppy. And Fury is precise. That's one thing. Second, Dillian Whyte has problems with what stance? Fury can switch it. So he can switch it. He can change his stance and give Dillian Whyte extreme problems. Also, you mentioned Joseph Parker. Good mention about the jab and all of that. One thing you didn't mention, Joseph Parker is nowhere near as elusive as Tyson Fury, has nowhere near the ring generalship or footwork as Tyson Fury, and there's no fucking way Dillian Whyte will be able to catch Tyson Fury like he catches Joseph Parker. Another thing you did not mention about this fight, and which why I think Fury will beat Dillian Whyte, is because Fury is 6'9", and the way he will grapple, grab, and lean on Whyte is like no other. You know why? Because Fury has the best clinch game in the heavyweight division, and Dillian Whyte is known to gas out, bro. He is known to gas out. Fury is not known to gas out. So he will dance around, bounce around Dillian Whyte, and then come around 10, 9, 10, 11, and 12. He will totally beat the shit out of this dude, bro. That is exactly how that fight will go. So, no, Dillian Whyte cannot beat my guy Fury. No, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm going to respond back. Can I rebuttal back to you? Or IBT, if you don't want this to turn to a debate, I won't do it.
No, I mean, that's fine. The whole point of this live was I wanted to see where people stand on the heavyweight division and its future, and it seems like we have a bit of conflict at the top, and I didn't think that would happen, so feel free.
Okay, so first off, what Dillian Whyte is sloppy, the one that fought AJ and got knocked out from years ago? The new Dillian Whyte
No. The Dillian Whyte.
Hold on. Oscar Rivas is a better fighter than anybody fucking out, even with Fury. Oscar Rivas is better than everybody he's ever fought outside of Klitschko. Then his biggest wins are to Klitschko, 1 top 10 fighter. Wilder, 2 top 10 fighters. Chisora. He's only had 3 fights with top 10 fighters in his entire career. So in my opinion, he's not truly tested. He beat an old Klitschko. He didn't give him the rematch. He vacated all his titles. He came back to beat Wilder, who people argue was untested because of his resume. And then he beat Chisora a long time ago. That's it. That's all he's got. Dillian Whyte, on the flip side, has beat 6 top 10 fighters recently. 6. He had 2 weeks to prepare for his last fight and still went all 12 rounds. Didn't gas out. So that tells you right there that his tank is getting way better if he only had 2 weeks to train and he went all the way with Marius and outboxed him. Marius Wack is a very good boxer, very durable, never been knocked on his ass, just like supposedly Joseph Parker had never been put down, even though Whyte knocked him down twice. And so you can't really say that Whyte today is sloppy because he's not. He's been tested time and time again and has shown improvements of night and day. Now, as far as the movement goes, Fury gives up his height. That's not how Fury fights. Fury always gives up his height. He's always given up his height. That's how a cruiserweight and Steve Cunningham knocked him on his ass. Fury likes to get real low with you. He's constantly kneeling at the knees, dropping his head to your level. So therefore, that range that he has, he's going to give away to Whyte like he gives away in every single fight he's ever been in. Thirdly, the clinching. He's not going to be able to clinch Dillian Whyte like he did Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder is too fucking small. Even at 230, he's 6'7", 230. He's little. Dillian Whyte is 6'4", 260 pounds. He's not going to be able to lean on that man like that. He's going to create space like he does against everybody who grabs him, and he's going to catch him with an overhand left hook and knock him out. That's how he knocked Chisora out. Chisora went in for the clinch and got put away.
All right, my turn. Let me get
wait. Smoke. Sorry. D, let me make a quick correction. First of all, Derek Chisora is never. I mean, what top 10 and what ratings are you using? Because
I was gonna make it, but go ahead.
Yeah. So
hold on. So let me answer that real fast before you get in.
Yeah.
Derek Chisora is currently a top 10 WBC fighter. He's always been a top 10 WBC fighter. He was a top 10 WBC fighter both times Dillian Whyte fought him. He's still a top 10 WBC fighter today, and he was a top 10 WBC fighter when Tyson Fury fought him.
Okay, so if you're going to be talking about sanctioning body rankings, now it becomes a whole convoluted mess, because if you want to look at the guys in the IBF top 10, those are not guys who are truly reflective of the top 10, and it doesn't account for champions, right? So I'm going to be using Ring Magazine rankings. If you're fine with that, I think they're pretty reputable, and they include every champion, right? If you want to look at that ranking, he's defeated 10 current or former top 10 opponents, and he lost to one, which would have been Anthony Joshua. And the 10 people that he did beat who were top 10 or formerly top 10 were Oscar Rivas, Joseph Parker, who was actually top 3 prior, and Robert Helenius. So his resume is very good for a contender. But to your point about Vladimir Klitschko and Deontay Wilder being okay wins or whatever for
champion
Fury, I disagree, because Deontay Wilder was a top 3 heavyweight at the time and a champion when he fought him, and Vladimir Klitschko wasn't just a top 10, he was the ring champion, right? So he was the #1 guy who had been dominant and hadn't lost in like about a decade. So to say that he was old dismisses the work that Klitschko was putting in beforehand and the long reign and win streak that he was on. So I feel like it's a little disingenuous to say that he was just an old guy when he was an old guy who hadn't lost in about a decade. So it is a good win. And to say he has a better resume, you can say maybe he has more top 10 wins. I'd have to actually look into that, because it's 2 to 3 from what I'm thinking right now. But in terms of who those guys were in the top 10, Joseph Parker has 1 top 3, and the other 2 are 1 top 10 current and 1 former top 10, whereas Tyson Fury was the #1 guy in the division and the guy who was top 3. So it's the quantity is slightly greater versus the far better quality of Tyson Fury. Now you can go deep.
Now, yeah, and let me get into the in the ring matters, okay? Because that's my specialty, the in the ring matters. Okay, buddy. Let me tell you something. I don't know which fights you was watching, but against his last 3 fights, Derek Chisora, Oscar Rivas, and Marius Watt, Dillian Whyte was sloppy, my man. Also, in his last 3 fights, he gassed in every fucking fight. As a matter of fact, and a lot of people know this, you look at the Chisora fight, who was up on the scorecards until he caught that knockout? Who was up on the scorecards until he caught that knockout? And let's be a little bit honest about Derek Chisora. Is Derek Chisora the fighter he used to be? No. He is not the fighter he used to be. The fighter that he fought, that Dillian Whyte fought, the Derek Chisora he fought, is not the Derek Chisora that has the same guys. Is not the Derek Chisora that he was before. This is the Derek Chisora you're talking about, bro. So when we talk about Fury fighting Derek Chisora, and then look at Fury beat him. Fury beat him. He beat Derek Chisora. Dillian Whyte struggled with Derek Chisora, an older Derek Chisora. So I don't understand the correlation there when you talk about Derek Chisora, bro. And then when you talk about how Fury won't be able to clinch him, dude, Marius Watt was clinching Derek Chisora and found success. Fury's bigger, got longer arms and taller, bro. So I don't get this. Fury ain't going to be able to clinch him, bro. He's going to be able to clinch him. Fury clinch game, again, is the best in the heavyweight division. He utilizes that to tire guys out. Do not tell me Dillian Whyte will not be able to get clinched by Fury. That's come on, bro. That's what he does. He uses that clinch against punches. And he's going to use it against Dillian Whyte.
Oh, okay, D. So I think you're being disingenuous here, because if you're going to use Derek Chisora, this is the best he's ever looked ever since he signed with David Haye. Whenever he got on the scale to fight Dillian Whyte in the rematch, he looked the best he's ever looked in his entire career. He's even been on record stating that this was the first time since he's been with David Haye that he actually trained, ate the way that he was supposed to. Derek Chisora today is better than the one that got beat by Fury. There's no way that you could say the one today is worse.
I said he's older. I said he's older.
But it doesn't matter if he's older. He's at his physical best when he fought Dillian Whyte, and Dillian Whyte knocked him out. Now, as far as them being close on the scorecards or Chisora being up, well, they fight very similar, and they're around the same size, same stature, so it was a dog fight. If Whyte was a little bit behind, so the fuck what? He still slept him in the 11th round. Now,
in the 11th round, bro.
You can't use Watt against Dillian Whyte. He literally had 2 weeks to get into that fight. He had 2 weeks. He hadn't fought for 6 months. He didn't know if he was even going to ever be able to fight again. He blew up bigger than he's ever been in weight, still got in there, went all 12 rounds, and dominated the entire fight with 2 weeks to practice.
Dude, my comparison for Watt was the clinching. Period.
Right, but my point is this.
My turn. You stop. So it's my turn. My comparison for Watt was the clinching. Also, when we talk about the Derek Chisora fight, and you just said it, he knocked him out in the 11th round. But, bro, he was tired. Both of those guys were gassed the fuck out, which means if he caught that knockout on a tired Derek Chisora, a Derek Chisora who does not have the feet, stamina, or elusiveness that Fury has, how does he find that punch in the 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th round against a Tyson Fury? It ain't happening, bro. Now, listen. This is all speculation on both parts, but I'm just saying the reasons that you gave me of why Whyte is going to beat Fury, I don't see it, no? I don't see it.
So you also said something, Tony, that was kind of not that you killed your own argument, but you said something that was, true, but it's definitely against your favor, and that is you said that they fight similarly. And unfortunately, you brought up that they fight similarly because, as we know, they've both fought Derek Chisora twice. Fury, styles make fights, so I'm not going to make the comparison of that. Chisora had a harder time. Sorry, Whyte had a harder time with Chisora, but you said they fight similarly. So based off of that, we can see, well, if they fight similarly, how did Derek Chisora do versus Fury? Oh, last time they fought, Derek Chisora got stopped in the 7th round in the corner. So although I do think Whyte gives him a better fight, you yourself said they fight similarly, and if you want to base it off, well, how did Derek Chisora do? Let's amp that up. At best, you're going to get a decision loss because he got stopped. He got stopped in the corner. In the first fight, he lost. Fury's the only guy to really beat Derek Chisora on points and retire him in the corner, right? So if they're going to be similar style fighters, and we obviously know Fury's accustomed to going against this type of fighter, and if you want to say Derek Chisora has done better now than before, I can say I agree, but to that point, do we feel he's done better compared to before, and that gives Dillian Whyte more credit, or does that just tell us that Dillian Whyte fought like you're saying, an old Klitschko. This is an old Chisora. Chisora's never even been a heavyweight champion, and you're trying to take away from Tyson Fury being a 10-year reigning heavyweight champion. So you can kind of see where I'm not saying it's disingenuous, but it becomes a thing where you kind of told us yourself that because they fight similarly, why wouldn't Fury be able to see success against Whyte?
Does anyone rank Dillian Whyte over Tyson Fury?
No.
I'm just curious. Tony, do you rank Dillian Whyte over Tyson Fury? Yourself, do you rank him over Tyson Fury?
If you go off of pure ranks, the ranks are, in my opinion, your top 3 boxers.
You're personal, not rank.
I can't hear you. You're breaking up. You're doing the Matrix.
I'm talking about you. Do you rank Tyson Fury? Not WBC, not rank.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. If I was to give my top 3 of how I would rank where they stand as far as like who is the highest ranked person off of everything, I would say Tyson Fury's number 1, AJ's number 2, and I've got Dillian Whyte at number 3.
Okay.
But that's not going off of who I believe would win in a fight. That's just their actual standings.
Okay.
You're basing it off their resume and what they've actually done. We have a really quick. I want to introduce Intangible back to the panel. He's back with the heavyweight greatest of all time as his profile picture.
Salute.
Yeah.
All right. So let me speak on the Klitschko, okay? So let's get back to Klitschko real fast because you keep bringing up like I'm diminishing Klitschko's career, and I'm not. Klitschko was amazing. Klitschko actually held his title the longest in history if you go off of time. I believe he defended it the second most in the history of the heavyweight division. But as far as holding the belt, he holds the record for the most time. It was around one individual's waist. Now, I don't diminish that, but you have to keep in mind, before he fought Tyson Fury, he looked like pure shit against Brian Jennings. I believe Brian Jennings beat him. In all honesty, I thought Brian Jennings beat Klitschko, and the very next fight was against Fury. Fury beat him. Then in his very next fight, he fought AJ, and he got knocked out. So it's not the same Klitschko that was so great.
I think you're wrong about
that. When they talk about the AJ fight, though, I don't never really hear. They give AJ massive credit for the Klitschko win after 2-year layoff. But go ahead.
I just wanted to point out real quickly, you're wrong about Klitschko holding the title the longest.
Yeah,
because Joe Louis held the title for 11 years and Vladimir did for 9 years. Because Vlad got his title in 2006 and then he lost it to Fury. Joe Louis got it over James J. Braddock, then lost it vacant. Or then vacated them after the Georgia Joe Walcott fight in 48.
Yeah, Klitschko had it from 2000.
It's not really until he got the WBO Super anyway, it's not the WBO. The belt that he actually got was not even recognized when he got that in 2006. His first recognized title was like an IBF title.
Okay, yeah, but even in the time constraint, if you want to count the WBO, I have to look into that because I'm pretty sure Joe Louis actually had it for longer, anyways. And I do believe that Klitschko beat more opponents.
Joe Louis had it a longer period.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And more defenses.
Yeah, more opponents and defenses. But to be fair, Joe Louis is all-time great, one of the best of all time. So, but this idea, I don't know if anyone else heard that, but did you guys think Brian Jennings beat Vladimir Klitschko?
No, I didn't.
No.
Yeah, no, I did not either.
No. And also, I don't think that Dillian Whyte beats Tyson Fury. I'm just going to make it unanimous. If Dillian Whyte shows up in shape, then he gives up 40-something pounds to the Fury we just saw. One thing that I am not underestimating, that I understand definitely the value of, is Sugar Hill in the corner. It's Sugar Hill in the corner.
Okay,
that is a different kind of. Am I breaking up?
I'm sorry, Smoke, but I just want to get this out there. Klitschko holds the record for the longest accumulated heavyweight title reign of all time, with 4,382 days as world heavyweight champion. Thank you.
No, it's Joe Louis from June 22nd, 1937 to March 1st, 1949.
Joe Louis, I'm trying to tell you, Joe Louis holds the record for the most title defenses. It was 25 title defenses. Klitschko holds the reign for the longest amount of days.
No, I think you're including his first reign. I think you're including his first reign as well.
Yeah,
Joe Louis's one long
his
reign, and
first reign was at the WBO. It was not
before it was
recognized title.
recognized. Yeah. So from his reign, where he won the title to losing to Fury, that was from April 22nd, 2006 to November 28, 2015, which is a shorter time period than Joe Louis's reign, which was June 22nd, 1937 to March 1st, 1949.
Yeah, and the WBO was not even beginning to be recognized until 2007.
Yes.
Well, hey, who is Tony Reviews? I would tell you like this, bro. When it comes to the dude intangible, and IBT's been studying too, bro. I don't even bother with these guys when it comes to that history, dog. You could try your hand on that, but I'll tell you right now, like everybody play their own part. They got their own thing, but when it comes to history of these things, this is what these guys study. So you can argue that if you want. I just would advise against it. I tell you that shit right now.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about when it was fully recognized, that wasn't until early 2007, like in February. So I count it personally because
it wasn't even fully recognized then. It wasn't even fully recognized then. That's when the first recognition started. It wasn't even fully recognized by 2012.
No,
like,
2004.
Beyond this minutia.
Real quick, Smoke. I got
Smoke.
I just want to smoke. Yeah. God damn, Smoke. I just wanted to switch my phone, dog. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. But I wanted to finish my point that he just, he interrupted to say this whole thing. And my overall thing is, if Dillian Whyte comes in shape, he will be giving up about 40 plus pounds to the last Fury we just saw. And one thing I am not underestimating is the addition to Sugar Hill into the corner. I think there's an amazing ability. Tyson Fury can adjust in fights, and also Sugar Hill can tell him how to adjust in fights if he doesn't see it. So I think the brain trust, along with that last version of Tyson Fury, we've never seen Dillian Whyte able to overcome something like that. He was getting dropped by Rivas. I mean, I know you put a lot on Rivas, but Rivas was getting his ass whooped. He actually pulled out a miracle knockout in the 12th round, and he was definitely losing. And Joseph Parker, that was just controversial. Yeah, that one knockdown was a headbutt. Like, it's not like Dillian Whyte has it. While he's got the result, he hasn't looked amazing doing those results, and those are his two best fights. And neither one of those have proven that they can beat Tyson Fury. So Dillian Whyte beating those guys doesn't make it any more likely that he's going to be able to beat Tyson Fury either, especially given his balance, his flawed, shot selection, the way he knocks people out, where he has success versus where he has problems. He doesn't have the best head movements. He's a stationary guy.
Smoke.
Tyson Fury is born in the boxing ring. I don't give him. I don't think that he has the best shot to me stylistically. I think it's AJ, but AJ still has problems also. But that's because AJ is a mid-range combination guy. So before Tyson Fury can maybe get the clinch, AJ can get something off on him. Maybe something like that. I think stylistically that's the best shot. But that's me. That's my
resume, aside from Lucas Brown, is kind of overrated because Joseph Parker only has one really good victory against Ruiz, and Rivas doesn't really have any great victories. So
that's questionable. That Ruiz fight, that's a fight that's questionable because I think Ruiz won that fight.
Yeah, but I just go by the result.
Yeah,
his other top 10 opponent was Robert Helenius. And Robert Helenius had already arguably lost.
Robert Helenius was not a top 10 guy. Robert Helenius was damn near ranked number 20.
When he was like a prospect, up until the Chisora fight in like 2011.
Yeah, so we're going off of like former. So Dillian Whyte's 3 actual top 10 or former top 10 victories. He has 2 top 10 and 1 top 3. And the top 3 was a Joseph Parker fight, which had its own bit of controversy, but I give him credit for that one. And then, sorry?
Okay. Joseph Parker was a top 3 rated heavyweight where?
Ring Magazine when he held the WBO title before his Anthony Joshua bout. So then you have that.
Yeah, but
fight,
I'm so,
right?
but he lost. But when he lost that, right? So, oh, you're saying
Yeah,
the highest he ever attained? Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, I got you. Go ahead.
Well, even when Dillian Whyte fought him, I think he was still ranked number 3 because the number 1 losing to number 3 doesn't prove that number 4 is better than number 3. You know what I mean? But in that case, his highest rank was top 3, and at the time he was top 3. So he beats Joseph Parker and has that bit of controversy with the first round, like where he dropped him, and I don't really think that was an actual. He didn't actually drop him; it was a headbutt. And then you have the guy who was actually top 10 at the time that he faced him, Oscar Rivas, and that was a good fight. He beat him fair, but he did get dropped. He did get dropped, right?
Actually, I don't even think Oscar Rivas was top 10 at the time he faced him. I think he was afterwards. I could.
No, he was only top 10. He was never top 10 in the ring. He was only top 10 in the WBC. So we're actually switching these guys, these designations out. So I guess we need to say which ones you got.
He's top 10 currently in the ring, but if my memory serves correct, he was like number 10 at the time. So
I don't think
no. I'm telling you, he was not. He had fought nobody. Had not fought out of South America until he fought Brian Jennings. He beat Brian Jennings, and that made him top 10 in the WBC, not in the Ring Magazine rankings.
Oh, okay. Well, then you can even say maybe not Oscar Rivas, and then the final one is a former top 10 in Robert Helenius, right? So while his resume is, I think it's really good for a contender, especially contend in the current heavyweight division. I don't think there's anyone that doesn't have a belt that isn't a former champion. Besides Deontay Wilder, I don't think anyone has a better resume than him that doesn't hold the title. But
Povetkin.
You could say Povetkin. I was thinking more like currently. You're right. Povetkin
you know
would
what?
also count.
I'm being dead serious. Lucas Brown might have as good of a resume as
No, because wins. We have to look at actual wins. So no.
Listen, you got to stop. You got to stop with James Toney. Just leave James Toney alone. Let him be a former great, an all-time great, and leave James Toney alone.
I mean, Lucas Brown has more Hall of Fame victories than Deontay Wilder.
Right, I got it. Leave James Toney alone. Free James Toney.
Look here. I'm going to say this right now. I already knew Smoke was going to try to diminish White because here's the thing. When White beats Fury, it's just going to make Wilder look that much worse. It's just going to make Wilder look that much more scared of White. When White dusts off Fury and does it in good fashion, because that's what he's going to do. I'm telling you, he's going to smoke him. He is going to dust him. Now, if you really want to go off...
Are you surprised that everybody else not agreeing with me?
Let me finish, Smoke. This is something that not even Tyson Fury has denied. If you want to go off the actual proof, Dillian Whyte's already knocked Fury all around the ring, knocked him on his ass multiple times. He's never denied it. It's been out there forever. Everybody knows that Dillian Whyte's already fucked him up in training on multiple occasions. They were both in the Klitschko camp. He was fucking them up then. After the Klitschko camp, they sparred. He was dropping them on his ass then. I'm telling you, Dillian Whyte's style is bad for Fury, and he's going to beat him with ease.
Yeah, didn't Dillian Whyte say he saw? Didn't he say he saw something in sparring that everybody else there totally just denied ever happening?
What are you talking about? What did he say?
I'm talking about Dillian Whyte lies. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. Dillian Whyte lies about sparring. And it's only sparring anyway. So
yeah, I don't
even understand how you can call that man a liar, because everything he's ever said, like where he talked about Wilder freezing him out, that's what Wilder said he was going to do to him. He showed the text messages to prove it. Whenever UCAD cleared him, he released the full document to prove that he was actually cleared. He put it up on his Twitter. So I don't see how he's a liar, because everything he said, he's proven.
Yeah. So
okay. So when I was talking about, I was talking about specifically about sparring. He said that he saw in that Klitschko knocked out Wilder and he was convulsing on the canvas. Then the trainers who were there said, no, that did not happen. Everybody else who was there said that did not happen. That's what I'm talking about with I said Dillian Whyte lies about sparring.
Wait, time out. There's been several people that was there at the Klitschko camp saying Klitschko was knocking Wilder down. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's not what Dillian Whyte said.
Yeah, knocking him down is very different from on the floor convulsing. That is a very different thing.
I understand that, and he probably added spice to it, but that's regardless of the fact that Klitschko was knocking him on his ass, and that's regardless of the fact. Hold on. Obviously, Klitschko must have done something pretty bad to Wilder for Wilder to be running from him, for Finkel to be like, oh, he's just a baby, he can't fight Klitschko.
Yeah,
Okay, so I got you. Yeah, okay, so
let me chime in, Smoke. He beat his ass, Tony. That could be the case. But the fact that he did not put him on the ground in convulsions and nobody collaborated that means that it was a fucking lie. And what Smoke just said is that he lies. So when you ask, how can you say that man lies about sparring? Because he's been proven to lie. Whether he knocked him down or not, whether he beat his ass or not, whether Wilder was scared of him or not. He didn't put him down in convulsions, which means it was a lie. It was a lie.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but a lot of people don't even speak on training. So even if it wasn't convulsions, most people wouldn't even admit to it anyways because you're not
right.
supposed to talk about
okay,
it.
So
now. So what I'm saying is, unless we were there,
hold on. You just said people generally don't speak on training. No one really collaborates Dillian Whyte's claims. It's a goddamn lie, bro. And the only thing Smoke said is that the guy lies about sparring, and you said how you gonna say he lied? That's why. Because he lies.
Okay, but Fury's never denied his claims. Never, not once, ever denied that he wasn't getting knocked around on his ass. So I don't even, like, if that's what you're going with, then all Fury would have to say is, oh, he's lying. And then you could have that argument that he's lying, but Fury didn't even say that. So I don't understand.
What did Fury did say? Fury did say he beat the shit out of Dillian Whyte, and we all agree with that. You don't,
right? Fury. Okay, let's go off facts. Fury said he beat the shit off of him, right? Out of him, right? He was mandated to fight him. Fury turned down the mandated fight for the fucking diamond belt. Ran from him once. Number two, he's mandated to fight him again. He's trying to run from him yet again. Duck number two. At what point in time, how many times does Fury have to dodge this man for you to realize that he's scared of him?
Well, for one thing, I don't give a rat's ass if he's scared of him or not. I will tell you that right now. I will say this, though. Fury's reasoning, if you listen to what he said, why he ain't entertaining or fighting Whyte right now, is valid. So he could be ducking Whyte. He could be ducking Whyte or not, but the reason that he gave is valid. Whyte is pointless right now, and that is true. Fury fighting Joshua after Wilder versus Fury fighting Whyte is pointless.
Okay, D. So what he said was the fight is pointless, right? You're gonna go with that statement, but you got to go through all the statements he said. He said he wants big, colossal fights. In the same interview, he said that the winner out of Joe Joyce and Daniel Dubois would be a bigger fight. He would go for that. He named multiple other fighters. He even said a Chisora fight would make more sense than Dillian Whyte.
Okay, hold on. But what he also said, what he also said in that same interview, he gave a list of the fights that he won next.
The fights he won. But Whyte was last on the list.
Tony, let me finish. Tony, dog, don't cut me off. Let me finish. Yes, he disrespected Whyte. Yes, that was very disrespectful by saying that Dubois and these guys are. But that's what Fury does. But what he also said was Joshua is the main fight that he mentioned a whole lot of guys. What fight was he talking about that he won next? And he ain't concerned with Dillian Whyte. What did Bob say? That they won next and they're not concerned with Whyte. Joshua. So
D, we can't hear you.
Turn it down.
D. You gotta break up. You're breaking up. Go back like 30 seconds.
That's why I was talking over you.
You're like slowing down and then speeding up, D. You gotta repeat a little bit.
So when you thought I was talking over you, I couldn't even hear you talk until you said I was talking over you. Like you're breaking up really bad.
Yeah.
If you want, I can.
I'm working on. Am I still breaking up?
A little bit, but you're better. It was better.
If you want to drop out, and then I'll let you back in.
Yeah, I'll try that. Let me go.
I'll drop another link in the chat right now. But just kind of go on pause for a second while we get that situated.
I wouldn't speak on it until he got back because I'm not that type of person. But I like I said to begin with, I really did not want to be on here debating. I did not want this to take over your panel. This isn't my panel. This is your panel.
No, man. This is what I do. This is what I wanted to do. The whole point was so we can talk about the heavyweight division and kind of see where people are at the moment. And for me, a big point of contention in terms of the top guys fighting, because the bottom guys we can kind of talk about or discuss where they are, where we would like them to be, like we did with Parker. But that's a big deal. Someone's saying they'll drop a belt to not fight someone. So let's cover the fight. You know what I mean? If you have a differing opinion than the people on the panel, we can chop it up. It's fine.
Yeah, I think it's pure nonsense. I think it's comedy. Actually, I didn't even hear that Daniel Dubois, Joe Joyce thing. That's classic Tyson Fury. He might as well set it in the Batman outfit. Like, whatever. Like, if he thinks that that him dropping a belt makes if he doesn't recognize AJ, he's just deluding himself, right? But I don't think he is. I think he's just being Tyson Fury and stirring it up and trying to it's easy.
Hello.
All the ramifications of
Smoke, you're also cutting out. I don't know if it's just me.
Nah, he was cutting out with me too.
Yeah.
Damn.
You see that? Hold on. Let me get this joke out here real
Right.
fast. Y'all see that? Y'all talk about Dillian Whyte. The boxing guys are shutting down y'all's internet. They know. The boxing guys know he's going to win.
The boxing gods? Wait, Dillian Whyte? That dude has been tempting the boxing god. Hey, listen, he better stay in the UK with UCAD and BBOC and whatever else advantages he can get, because I don't see how what he needs to do really is rematch Rivas and Parker. That's really what he needs to do.
You know
I don't get why he has to rematch Rivas.
I don't know how the boxing gods are on his side, and this son of a bitch may potentially wait 5 years being ranked number one. I don't think the boxing gods are this motherfucker at all, dog. The boxing gods ain't messing with him, bro.
But the parking gods better. I hope the parking gods are more kind. They're a lot more kind than the boxing gods.
Hey, I didn't say what gods. It might be the demons. I don't know. But IBT, I don't agree with him needing to rematch Parker only because he knocked Parker on his ass again in the 9th round with a clean shot. There was no headbutt involved when he knocked him down the second time.
Yeah, so
bro, he was fouling him throughout that entire fight, and he also got dropped. And then just the way the fight ended, with all the kids, like that result, he has his two top wins are both under really dubious circumstances. For me in this whole boxing gods thing, what I'd like to see is some justice for these guys and get in the ring where it's all even and in the controversy.
Okay, so for me, where I feel that he, like you said, he needs to rematch Joseph Parker and Oscar Rivas. I don't see why he should rematch Oscar Rivas. I think he beat him fair. I don't think there was controversy with the actual fight itself. I think the result was fine. I think the issue comes from the testing thing, but he was cleared for that, so I'm fine with that. But where I feel I do think he should rematch Parker. I think that'd be a good fight for both of them, to be honest, because that second round, I was rescoring it recently. I forgot what round he dropped him in, so I was scoring it in favor of Parker, and then he dropped him with the headbutt. And if you account on the scorecards for him, not only not getting dropped, but actually winning the round, then he would have beat Dillian Whyte on a majority decision or split decision, I think. So it's not that the fact that I don't think he can knock him down at all. It's the fact that the knockdown swayed 3 points against him, which definitely affected the result of the fight. And especially people felt in the 12th round, he was basically out on his feet. And I know Smoke has said this before, where he feels like the referee had helped him essentially get up to his feet, or the referee let Dillian Whyte use him to get up to his feet. It was a close fight. It was an entertaining fight. It was pretty controversial. So I think that fight would serve as a rematch good for both of them, to be honest. But the Rivas fight, I don't feel that one needs a rematch.
So I'm looking at the Joseph Parker card, and it would have been a majority draw if you give Parker the round where he got knocked down by Whyte. So if you give him the first knockdown, I think it was like second round.
Yeah, it was the second round, I think.
Yeah.
I'll check right now. Let me do some math.
If you take that knockdown away and give it to Parker, then Whyte would have still won on one of the scorecards. It would have been a draw on another scorecard, and Parker would have won on another scorecard. So it would have been a majority draw if you do that. But you can't really do that. The fact is, he beat him and he floored him in the 9th round, which had nothing to do with a headbutt. And then you got to the whole thing with Parker winning, though, the 12th round where White was super exhausted. There's no guarantee that Parker can get him exhausted when they fight again. And if you take away that late knockdown in the 12th round, he stood no chance on the cards.
I don't think that you can give him that, but I don't think it's far-fetched to assume that he might get tired because White does not have a gas tank. And this is not about the Marius White. I've already defended White in a lot of debates because he had very little time. But look at a lot of his fights. This guy's not known for a gas tank. Because a guy can go 12 rounds don't mean he ain't gassed in 9, 10, 11, and 12. That don't mean he ain't gassed in those rounds. And White consistently shows that he gasses out late, bro. He consistently shows this.
I'm not trying to make the argument that that's not his biggest weak point. That's why he got knocked out by AJ. Before AJ knocked him out when they was fighting, he was gassed early in the fight. He was super exhausted before he even got knocked out. So I give you that. He's always had an issue with his gas tank. However, fight after fight after fight after fight after fight, if you take away the watch fight, you can see that his lungs are getting better and better and better each fight. Even if he does have an issue with it, it still has been improving per fight.
I agree with that. Now, let me ask you this. What happens when it's improving from fight to fight, but then he gets in there with a 6'9" man that's 279 pounds and leans on him?
I don't think if White is fully conditioned and has been training, because White likes to power lift too. That's outside of that. Him and like Gerald Miller work out the same way. I don't see a fully conditioned White, at least early in the fight, allowing Fury to lean on him like Wilder did. Wilder really had no defense against it, and that's really what sapped Wilder of all his energy, was that leaning on top of him and putting his head in the headlock. I don't see him being able to do that to White. If he does do it, it's going to come after the 6th round, like 6th, 7th, 8th round. That's where the leaning will really happen, but I can't see him leaning on him early.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't mind that, but what I see Fury doing to him earlier is using his legs, using his elusiveness, using his jab, and using his feet to make him move around that ring, because that's something also that tires you out. See, here's the thing. Dillian Whyte can improve on his tank, but Fury has so much to run that gas out. He does so many things to run that gas out. He doesn't just do one thing to run the gas out. He does multiple things. And as Smoke said earlier, he made a very valid point, which IBT and Smoke made points before I got to him, because I was going to say it as well. If Dillian Whyte does get into shape the way that you're talking about, what it's going to require, he's going to give up 40 to 50 pounds, which means it's a guy that's 40 to 50 pounds heavier, who is definitely in shape, being 40 to 50 pounds heavier, to lean on you. Bro, he's going to gas in the Fury fight, and Fury's not going to gas. And that's pretty presumable.
The way Dillian Whyte is built, I would say that at the smallest, with him being in top peak condition, low body fat, if that's what we're going off of, would be no lighter than 250. He'd probably be around 250 to 252, super lean.
Let me shine some light on that.
He was 239 against Rivas. He was 239 against Rivas.
All right. He was not.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
239 was against Parker. That was against Parker, sorry.
No, against Parker, he was 258 and a half. So let me actually say, the ideal weight, I'm looking at his fight here, or I'm looking at his stats here on BoxRec in terms of his weigh-in, because their pounds are on the left and the opponent is on the right, Smoke. So against Hellenius, he was 248, Lucas Brown 254, Joseph Parker 259, Derek Chisora 247, Oscar Rivas 259, and then Walk I'm not going to count because he was out of shape. So it seems like his max. What's up?
247, you said, against Chisora?
Yeah, that's actually pretty light.
Right, which was less than the 252 that Tony just gave us. And that
was Chisora. So let's say his ideal weight is between 258 and 249, right? It's not really 40. it's not really 40 pounds like Smoke was saying. He would have a weight disadvantage. If you want to look at the Otto Wallin fight, he was 255 and the Deontay Wilder's 273. So at max, he's really going to be about like 15, maybe.
But I didn't mean to cut you off, fam, but that's not what Smoke said. What Smoke said,
Smoke is still right, but
what Smoke was saying though, IBT, was that if he gets to the weight where he would need to be, and obviously from what you just read to us, he's gassed in every one of those fights, so he would have to be lower than that weight. If he gets to the weight where he needs to be, he would be 40 or 50 pounds lighter.
I don't think it would be 40 or 50.
So look, you got to look at somebody's body index, how they're built, okay? He's not going to lose that much weight. Dillian Whyte's got really thick legs, really thick arms. That's pure muscle. He's got fat on his stomach. That's really the only place he retains a lot of fat. So he's not going to lose that much weight if he was to be in top peak condition. He's not going to get that small because he carries too much muscle.
So, Tony, let me ask you this. What's the best fight as far as conditioning and as far as you can remember? What was the best fight you've seen Dillian Whyte in concerning his conditioning?
Oscar Rivas, by far. Oscar Rivas.
Okay, so by far, Oscar Rivas. Do you think Dillian Whyte, to that condition, would not gas out against Fury?
I'm not convinced that it's going to go 12 rounds against Fury.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, no.
You think he would gas out? Let's not assume he will get knocked out. If he has to go 12 rounds, and that is a possibility, does he gas out?
I don't know, because if he fights how I think it's going to be fought, I don't know how much gas Fury's going to have left in the tank. Because here's the thing. I know Fury's never appeared to be tired, right? But just hear me out. Fury's never been tired. Hear me out. We've never seen Fury beat the fuck up. When you get beat the fuck up, what normal energy you have gets beat out of you. So I don't know how much damage he's going to inflict on Fury. If he does what I think he's going to do, then I think he could go all 12 rounds with him, because I think Fury's going to be severely slowed down. If he can't, let me get the counter to that. If he can't do what I think he's going to do, then I can guarantee you somewhere in between the 9th and 12th round, Fury will be peppering him so hard he'll go down and he won't get up.
Okay, so a guy that fights similar, not the same, but similar, that couldn't really find a way to do this to Fury, you feel like Whyte will be able to?
Well, no, I don't mean like, okay, so let me explain similar in the aspect of they're around the same height, same build, arm lengths are very close to the same. So in my opinion, from fighting, right, I love to fight somebody taller than me or somebody shorter than me. But if you put somebody at my same height, that means our range of damage is damn near identical. It's always hardest when you fight somebody who's eye to eye for me. So that's what I mean by similar. They're very close in every way that they're built. They're just so close that's why it's such a hard fight. It's always going to be a harder fight, in my opinion, when you're fighting somebody that's pretty much the same stature as you.
But I will say this, though, Derek Chisholm, inside like Whyte. He has a decent hand like Whyte as well. He does share other attributes, similarities to Whyte as well.
Hey, D, I can't hear you, bro. I can't hear you.
Yeah, you went robotic again.
Yeah, I can't either.
Really quick, I'm just gonna share screen my my screen, right? Oh, it's not working right now. Let me see. Okay, can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, so this is Dillian Whyte during the Chisora 2 fight. So this is his leanest he's been in a long time. This was like the 247. And he gassed out here, right? It was a good fight when he gassed out. And this is the Oscar Rivas fight when he weighed 260, like around 260, I think. So this is what he's saying is the ideal Dillian Whyte to defeat Tyson Fury, would you say?
Okay, now IBT,
you
look at those pictures. Look at those pictures real fast. Not to cut you off. Look at that picture. Look at how soft through the chest. No, go back. Look at how soft he is through the pecs. You can see fatty tissue underneath the bicep, through his lats, coming underneath his armpit. Look at how soft he looks there. Now go forward to the other one against Rivas. Look at how much harder his body looks. Look at the depth that you can see underneath his biceps, the outlines of the muscles, how it doesn't look as much fatty tissue going into the armpit from the pec. He is in better shape right there because he's so fucking muscular. The fat on top of it is elusive, but if you actually look at it from, say, a bodybuilding perspective, his body looks a lot better there than it did in the other one where he was lighter.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying this is what you highlighted. You're agreeing, right? You're saying that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying he needs to be more solid against Tyson Fury.
Yes, I'm agreeing with that. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? Y'all can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I'm not mistaken, Tony, and I think that most will agree with me, when you pack on too much muscle, when you get too solid, which was AJ's problem, you tend to gas out even more because those tight muscles restrict the flow of oxygen.
So I'm going to answer your question, and then I'm going to respond to the question at the same time because I feel like it's not really relevant to White. So yes, if you become muscle bound, it really comes down to training because you can look at guys like Roy Jones Jr. who had zero body fat. They never tired. But normally muscle, you have to have oxygen to feed muscle, and it causes you to tire because the oxygen is required in the muscle. So the muscle is sapping your energy the more you move normally. Yes. However, what I'm saying is White is really muscular built. So I'm not saying he needs to get more swole. What I'm saying is he could stay the same size and just lose a little bit of fat. And he's going to look just as big, just as imposing. He doesn't, because he's so muscle bound under that fat, he doesn't have to lose a lot is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So to your point, I've kind of done some research on this thing, and it would explain why guys like Andrew Reese would have more endurance than a guy like Anthony Joshua, even though on paper you say, well, how's the fat guy? That guy looks fit. It's the thing, like you were saying, Tony, it's the oxygen to muscle ratio. And there's this thing with sports, and especially boxing, where they say you don't want to lift weights. And the reason is you don't want to be bench pressing all the time. And curling is because you get tight muscle and you get heavy muscle with mass. Then there's guys like Roy Jones Jr., like you're saying, or formerly Deontay Wilder, who had very lean muscle. And as a result, they wouldn't gas as much, and they would have that power till the end. They had that reflexive speed, that quick twitch muscle fibers, right? And that's the ideal kind of muscle that you want for a boxing fight. But the issue that Anthony Joshua had, and that you're saying that Dillian Whyte will not have in this theoretical fight, is that he's not going to have bulky muscle. He's going to have a lean muscle. So despite him being a large guy, he's 6'4", right? So he's naturally going to be large. But this isn't muscle that's cumbersome. You're saying this is going to be muscle that's going to have some fat to it. So he's going to have enough oxygen and endurance, stamina, essentially, that he won't gas out. That's the argument you're trying to make, right?
Like I give you a better visualization of that. So think about, you can have two guys, right, who are around the same weight, same height, but one guy muscles like AJ, so to say, look like they protrude off his body, whereas Dillian Whyte's muscles look like they're closer to his chest. They don't poke out as much. That's because he's naturally a bigger man. So Dillian Whyte can naturally carry more weight on him before it becomes over cumbersome. Whereas the AJ, when you start seeing it looking like they're putting on lead plates on their chest, is just protruding underneath their chin, now they're too bulky. And that's what AJ is. He's naturally a small guy. He put on muscle to get big, whereas Dillian Whyte has always been big. It's a different type of muscle.
It is, but I will tell you this, something that you said Dillian Whyte likes to do definitely puts on the type of muscle you don't want, and that's power lift, bro.
Well, yes and no, because powerlifting is different than bodybuilding. Powerlifting is only a limited movements. It's not like you're doing bicep curls and you're doing
forearm
Oh, yeah.
exercises.
No, I understand the difference, but you're still condensing muscle when you power lift, bro. You are definitely doing that.
Right,
You're
but it's different because
muscle. I understand it is
right,
different, but it does not help concerning stamina and endurance. Period. That's my only point. It does not help with that. High rep, low weight workouts help with cardio, stamina, and endurance. I was an athlete at 1.2, so we can't just skip over that. Like that's not something that is not helping his cause. Is what I'm saying. Powerlifting is not helping him keep stamina and endurance, fam. It ain't.
okay. Two things. IBT, can you put back up the lactic acid comment?
Yeah.
So I want to respond to that because this is a cool experiment. I don't remember the name of it. I'm on my phone in my garage, so I could Google it and cheat, but I'm not. In fact, let me show y'all in the garage. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can Google stuff, man. That's fine.
No. But listen. No, I can't because it would kick me off because I'm on my phone. But anyways, so they did an experiment. The scientists did an experiment about lactic acid where he took dead frog legs, I believe it was, and he electrocuted them, right? And whenever he electrocuted them, the muscle would tense up and it caused the lactic acid to build up. That's pretty much where the whole lactic acid experiment came from. But they found out that lactic acid actually does the opposite. It feeds the muscle. It doesn't actually cause it to tire out. They've done several experiments on long distance runners where they've proven that lactic acid actually turns into a fuel for the muscle. So it's actually a misconception that a lot of people have. I just want to throw that out there because I thought it was cool. But going back to powerlifting, I would say that I don't know because a lot of powerlifting, like if you're doing deadlifts, okay, that is pure fast twitch. Like you are exploding off the ground. If you're really bench pressing for power, you're exploding off your chest. It's not like bodybuilding where you're doing 5 or 6 reps of something heavy at a moderate pace. Powerlifting is all about explosion. It's about one boom taking you out. So I don't know if that is going to hinder him or not, just because it's not like how AJ works out. AJ is a bodybuilder when he works out, and that is the biggest reason I think that his weight hinders him because of the way he works out.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense, but I didn't say hinder. I said it will not help his stamina. This is what I'm saying, bro.
So I ain't saying
hinder.
Yeah, Tony. So I actually Googled the experiment you're talking about, and it happened in 1920, and it actually came up with a different result than the one you're telling me now. You're talking about the one with the dead amphibians, right?
No, IBT. So when they did that experiment with the frog legs, that's where the lactic acid came from. But later on, through doing testing with treadmills and stuff like that, they found out that it actually is the opposite of that finding, that it fuels the muscle. Because what he did was he kept electrocuting it, and then eventually it wouldn't contract as much. That's where that comes from. So I was just throwing that out there, where that actually came from and what they've actually found more recently.
Oh, okay. Because what I'm saying here about that experiment is basically the muscles being contracted, like you're saying, created lactic acid buildup, and eventually the frog's legs stopped responding to the electric shocks. Essentially, you'd be able to deduce from that the lactic acid actually stopped the muscles from working.
Right. Exactly. But through further experimentation, more recent, that's where it came from. They have found that lactic acid is actually like a fuel source. And that right there, you would have, I believe it was MIT who did an experiment on that later on in the 80s. I can't remember which college exactly, but they found out that that was due to organic decay from the actual shock killing the already dead tissue. But that's where the belief came from. But they've actually found out that lactic acid actually helps the muscle versus cause it not to work.
Yeah, sorry, I'm actually seeing another thing here. It's from MIT. It says most athletes believe that lactic acid causes muscle fatigue by making the muscles too acidic to contract effectively, and this is not true. While the muscles do become more acidic during exercise, lactic acid is not the cause.
Yeah, see, like I said.
And there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to throw that out there because I thought, it might be interesting to the chat.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what I went to school for. But anyways, back to boxing.
D, I can understand what you're saying about it won't help him. I can agree with that. I can agree that it won't help him, but I don't know if it will hurt him at the same time.
Right. Yeah. Well, my thing is this, and the reason I said it won't help him because, as you agree, as we all agree with, that is an issue that he has. So he needs to listen. It's to the point with a fight like that where it's all or nothing for him. Because if he doesn't knock him out before round 6, which I definitely don't think that's going to happen, then the fight turns on him. The fight turns on him because his gas tank is going to turn on him, and that's only going to benefit Fury in every imaginable way possible. And so, you know, deadlifting or whatever the hell else he's doing, 250, 260, bro, that ain't going to help him in this fight with Fury concerning his gas tank. Gas tank is going to be essential for Whyte. Because we don't have to worry about Fury gas tank. We don't have to worry about that. Whyte is a question. And if that gas tank ain't right, he definitely loses. I think he loses regardless, but if the gas tank ain't right, that just tears his chances down to winning.
Hey, D, we kind of lost you. I don't know if you were done or not.
Yeah, I'm done.
But, I mean, again, I will concede that fact that I agree. Dillian Whyte's kryptonite has always been his endurance. I think it's gone up night and day from where he once was. But again, I've got to come back to, I don't know how much fuel in the tank Fury will have if Whyte does what I think he can do. Because, again, when you're getting beat on, you seem to run out of energy much faster than as if you just are free to move like Fury's always been.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this, man. When it comes to Dillian Whyte and this whole Fury situation, I think he's getting screwed by WBC, Bob Arum, and all of them. Is the dude getting screwed? Yeah. Fury avoiding a fight with him? Yeah, sure he is. Because I think that it's legitimately the fact that they don't think a Whyte fight is important. And with all the people that want to see 4-belt undisputed, I don't think most people care about a Whyte fight either.
I'm sorry, D, you were breaking up again.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with this thing, man. Y'all go. I'm gonna switch. Let me switch. I'm gonna switch out.
Yeah, I'll drop another link in the chat, but I basically, some people in the chat, it's actually not the actual lactic acid that causes the muscle fatigue, that it leaves shortly after exercise, like it doesn't build up. So exercise is not bad for you. Otherwise, you know, if you exercise and build up lactic acid, it would be kind of redundant to exercise, but it's the intracellular acidosis, mainly due to lactic acid accumulation, has been regarded as the most important cause of skeletal muscle fatigue. But that's not the case. Instead, inorganic phosphate, which increases during fatigue due to breakdown of creatine phosphate, appears to be the actual cause of muscle fatigue. So that was a cool little piece of insight that you gave us there, and shed some light on the situation with Dillian Whyte, or how his build would actually change his stamina there. So it's not just lower weight or less muscle, because otherwise everyone would be scrawny, I guess, right?
Right. Is that any better?
Yeah,
it's a little bit better.
All right. Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know, bro. I was just saying that Dillian Whyte is getting severely screwed by the WBC, and Fury. You know, that fight with Dillian Whyte is really not important to him. Like Dillian Whyte, because what Fury is saying is beating Dillian Whyte does not prove he's the best. Beating Joshua proves he's the best. He already beat one of the guys that was supposed to be one of the best in Wilder. Going to beat Anthony Joshua proves he's the best. Tyson Fury said he has won every one of those belts that you can win at the heavyweight division. He said at this point, those belts are just leather things with little golden trinkets on it. But he wants to beat the best guy. Now, consensus-wise, everybody considers Joshua and Fury number 1 and number 2. So he's not going to let any Dillian Whyte calling them punks so scary. Not gonna let the WBC make any demands. He's going to fight the best guy, the most important fight. And in that sense, that's a fact. Because Dillian Whyte is not the most important fight, bro. Period. It doesn't prove he's the best. Dillian Whyte ain't ranked the best. Nobody looks at him as the best. Period. They look at Anthony Joshua as the best, Tyson Fury as the best. So that's the fight he wants to pick. And that's his reasoning.
So I can understand that reasoning that you just said, but my counter to that is, if Dillian Whyte's nothing big, if Tyson Fury is truly the best there is, then go ahead, fight your mandatory that's been waiting for 1,000+ days now because of Wilder. Fight him, beat him, because it looks like Wilder's not going to be able to fight him because Wilder's injured. Beat him while AJ's beating Pulev, and then there you go, and then fight AJ for all the marbles. But I especially if he cannot fight Wilder, I don't see any reason why he would not fight Whyte in the meantime, unless he doesn't think he can win.
Well, how about the fact that he think he can win, but it's still a risk that he can lose. So the risk to lose is why look, if I can fight Wilder in this trilogy, then go for the biggest fight in boxing, I ain't taking the risk either, bro. Like, why? Fuck Whyte, bro. Whyte blew his chances in the past as well. He wanted more money for the Joshua fight when the Miller shit didn't happen. Because he wanted more money, he turned that fight down. He didn't go fight Ortiz, even though it was unfair. He didn't just go beat up Ortiz since everybody's scared of you, Dillian Whyte. Go beat up Ortiz and fight Wilder. He turned that one down. So we can't be all on Whyte's balls like he didn't blow some chances on his own to get there, bro. He was worried about money. During the Wilder situation, he was worried about money fights. During the AJ and Miller situation, when they came to him, he wanted more money. So he blew his own chances. So F Whyte, bro. That's how I feel. F Dillian Whyte and the sob stories. Wait. You just gotta wait, bro. It's unfortunate. It's a bum deal, but you just gotta wait. It's gonna be Wilder. It's gonna be the biggest fight in boxing, and then you'll get your chance. Tough titty.
So let me tell you what can be done, and this is what I'm hoping happens, because I don't like seeing people get fucked around, especially fighters. And I know the lifestyle that they lead, and that's part of the reason why I chose not to go further. Chose to get my degree and move on with my life. Now, the thing about this is this. Eddie Hearn actually has all the power. Tyson Fury has zero power. Eddie Hearn has AJ with 3 of the belts. The only way that Undisputed happens is with AJ, who's under Eddie Hearn. He also has the mandatory for the WBC belt. So if Eddie Hearn was smart, he would force Tyson Fury to fight Whyte. If he doesn't fight Whyte, cool. Guess what? Whyte gets the vacated belt, not AJ, and Whyte fight for Undisputed. And guess what? Fury's just a distant memory.
So the main issue with that
doesn't make financial sense. That doesn't make financial sense because AJ and Tyson Fury is the biggest fight in boxing. So Eddie Hearn, and just like any other of these greedy promoters and network, they worried about the money there, Tony Reviews. So dumping Dillian Whyte on Dillian Whyte versus Joshua ain't the big money fight. No, it's Fury versus Joshua. Again,
here's the thing, D. So you can say Tyson Fury is the big money fight, right? But if you actually look at how much money they brought in before Wilder happened for Fury, Dillian Whyte was selling out, making more money than Fury did. If you also look at the fact that all 3 of them are English, so no matter who fights them, it's going to be huge. Then you got to take in the other aspect. If Fury chooses to vacate the belt to dodge Dillian Whyte, I think it's already been talked about that Deontay Wilder would fight Dillian Whyte for that vacated belt, which means that if Dillian Whyte beats Wilder, just like Fury did, the fight would probably do even more numbers than Fury versus AJ.
Well, Tony,
it wouldn't be. If I could just, I haven't said anything in a while.
All right, Smoke. Real quick, I just want to say this one statement. Eddie Hearn don't agree with you, Tony, because they just signed for a 2-fight deal with Fury. So I hear what you're saying, but Eddie don't agree with you.
D, that's not true. Eddie Hearn.
Eddie don't agree with you, son.
Smoke. Eddie Hearn is on an interview where he talked about that they agreed to a 2-fight deal, but he also states in that same interview that Tyson Fury has to fight Dillian Whyte before that 2-fight deal happens. He actually says it out his mouth.
So why they sign for it then? See, if Eddie Hearn says that, right? Now, see, this is the thing, and this is why I say all of these people want to sit there and jump on everything that these promoters say. And I always tell you people, it's in their job description to lie and deceive. So let me make sense of this. So you're telling me that Eddie Hearn says he has to fight Dillian Whyte. Yet, when Bob Arum came out way before, this was like because I put videos up on all of this, Tony. So when Bob Arum comes out like 4 or 5 days before they even go into this discussion to sign this deal, and he starts throwing up franchise belt and knocking out the whole White situation, then 4 days later, Eddie Hearn still signs, but then you come back and tell me he says he has to fight White first. Well, why would you sign when you already heard Bob putting up that they're going to skip the White fight? He's trying everything he do to skip the White fight, but yet you still sign this double deal with AJ because it's all bullshit, my man. There's no point in White to fight Tyson Fury. That's not in the plans, bro. The plans is Tyson Fury fights Wilder, and then the biggest fight in boxing happens next to make all that money. White is not in the picture, bro. And none of them care. None of them.
D, real fast. So I could have read the article wrong.
If I could just make my point if I can make my point real fast, guys. You keep going back and forth about this thing.
Yeah,
I just like to interject 2 things. Yeah, no, I got it. Right? So let me jump in like you do. So here's the thing. It's not just AJ Matchroom that has a lot of options in this combination. It's also Bob Arum. They both of them have a lot of mandatories coming up. Eddie has Usyk and White, and Bob has Pulev, and he's got a champion, and he's got another big money fight also that doesn't have anything to do with Dillian Whyte. So yeah, the big money fight is going to be, and boxing actually is going to take precedent. Everyone is going to want to see Undisputed more than they're going to want to see Dillian Whyte. That's my first point. But my second point is how you were saying that Dillian Whyte was making more money. That is why, really, I don't really feel that badly for Dillian Whyte, and I don't know why you're saying you're going to hang him up. Because this dude, regardless of title shots, he is still headlining and making a bunch of money. And furthermore, he sacrificed his title shots in order to be in that position. So he's actually reaping what he sowed. He is enjoying the benefits of being a headliner without being a pay-per-view headliner in his country without being a champion. So yeah, that's it. That's my only 2 points. Carry on.
Okay. Thank you, Smoke. So this is what I wanted to say real fast. D, if I read the article correctly about the 2-fight deal, the 2-fight deal was they were only discussing how much each fighter was going to get paid. That's all they were agreeing to. There's not any agreement of who they will fight before, after, in between, etc. It only had to do with the financial of who gets the most money if the rematch happens. So the winner gets a 60-40 split in the rematch. That's what they agreed upon. Nothing else was agreed upon but that. Now, secondly, if y'all want to keep talking finances, what makes Eddie Hearn more money? To share the pot with Top Rank by not forcing Fury to fight White, or to have White versus AJ where everything's in-house? Did anybody hear me?
Dillian Whyte would get elevated. It wouldn't be a fight for a vacant. Dillian Whyte is the interim, so Dillian Whyte would become the champion. And I find it very hard to believe that Bob Arum is going to allow there to be a situation where there's an in-house fight for Undisputed without him getting paid first.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. If Eddie Hearn forces Fury to fight White, or Fury has to vacate, or goes franchise, whatever he wants to do, then Eddie Hearn can let White get that WBC belt, completely ignore Fury, and let White versus AJ go for Undisputed, which means that fight would be 100% Matchroom DAZN, would not be shared with Bob Arum. Eddie Hearn has all the power.
Okay, so
Correct. That's
let
why I
me
don't
talk.
think that. That's why I think it's both. That's why I think what he's saying is a load of nonsense.
So let me kind of talk on that for a minute, Smoke. This idea, and I get where you're coming from, and financially, I see you're saying he could have all the belts because then he would have to essentially strip. The WBC would strip Fury, right? Or he drops the belt. Either way, Fury loses the title. Then Dillian Whyte fights for a vacant title. I don't think anyone besides the top three could beat him, anyways. So not could beat him, but I wouldn't favor them. So you're saying White wins the vacant title, and now he's the WBC champion, and AJ is the Super WBA, the WBO, and the IBF, and they unify for undisputed. The issue with that is that that will get the attention of the casual fan just fine because it still says undisputed. But DJ, Smoke, you, Tony, and myself, we will all know that Fury would still be technically the top guy with AJ, right? Despite who has the title, he could even still say, I have Ring Magazine and Lineal, and that's something that Hearn can't control. So just on that basis and that claim, I still think that he would have a good shot to fight AJ. It's kind of weird to think about the idea in which he does actually drop the title and then fight AJ while White fights for a vacant title. I don't think it'll happen, but in the case that it does, I don't see why he drops the title and then doesn't fight AJ. You know what I mean? You're saying if he would
But
freeze out Fury, you're saying he freeze
what
out Fury, there's still the fans that would want the fight and would flame AJ for it or wouldn't consider White a true
but
champion.
listen to what listen to IBT. So if Fury vacates like he was talking about doing, becoming franchise champion, right? Then when he fights AJ, it's not actually for undisputed because he dropped the WBC belt. The only way it will be undisputed is if that real WBC belt, not the pretend franchise, is fought for. So therefore, if he drops the belt to avoid White, White picks it up. The only way to have a real undisputed is White versus AJ, who has all the other belts. Now check this out. Just hear me out. So now you're Eddie Hearn. You can force Fury to fight White. If Fury says no, then he goes to the back burner, right? Now you have undisputed with AJ White. You do that twice. Then you can come and fight Fury after that for the Lineal Ring Magazine title, and now you just tripled your you quadrupled your money because now you get 4 fights instead of 2 under the zone Matchroom.
Yeah, the only problem with that is if unless Suleiman says you're able to fight for the vacant WBC for a undisputed, then you're going to get a situation. Either way, you're going to get a situation where the mandatory is going to get called because of that vacant situation, right? The whole like Devin Haney thing. Like if you get a title or a vacant title elevated, you have to fight a mandatory like almost immediately.
Hey, Smoke, you cut out.
And if
Smoke,
you already had, and if
Smoke,
you already
you cut out.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you came back.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Right. So I was saying that, right. So since we already would have had a unification in Undisputed, maybe you could say 2 times and kick the Undisputed back for WBC, but I don't know. It gets problematic. For me, this whole idea that the Ring Magazine is the lineal designation doesn't hold a lot of water. It just seems like self-aggrandizement for Tyson Fury and him in his bid to be bigger than the belts. He is the man right now, but people do consider the belts, and they'll just say that Tyson Fury never defends titles, right? Since he never has before. I think it would be a blow to his claim if he didn't do it in this circumstance again. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
It depends on who he defends the title to get, right? So he's got to defend before he vacates. It seems like he's going to do that anyway with Wilder. So then the whole idea about whether you fight White or AJ, I think the entire world is going to pick AJ.
Well, not Tony.
What's that?
Smoke just said the entire world would, in a matchup between AJ and White, the entire world would pick AJ, and I said you wouldn't. But really quickly, people in the chat want to know what kind of athlete you were, D.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I played ball in school, bro. Not a professional athlete.
Oh, okay.
I played ball in school, and for like Smoke and some other people who've been around me for a long time know that I had an illness. I got really sick, man.
used to be a lot bigger than I was, but I almost passed. So that's why I lost a lot of weight, got small. But prior to this, bro, I used to be like really sizable. I'm only 5'6", and I used to be like 171. So that's pretty muscular at that time. But
Yeah.
But,
So wait a minute. Can I do a question? Like Tony would rather see Fury versus White versus Fury versus AJ?
I think Tony is a White fan, but what I was saying was
no.
Okay, cool. So everybody.
Hold on. Let Tony speak for himself. No, Tony would rather see because here's the thing: if Dillian Whyte hadn't been waiting for damn near 1,000 days, it'll be 1,000 plus by the time February 2021 rolls around. When was Suleiman said that Fury has to fight him or be stripped. That's what Suleiman said out his mouth, that he will fight his mandatory February 2021 no matter what. If it wasn't for that fact, then I would be like, yeah, AJ Fury, go ahead and do it. But because this man has been waiting for so fucking long, and then when Undisputed happens as a 2-fight deal, then whoever picks up all the belts, they don't have to fight White next. They could fight any single one of the mandatories they want, which could make him 4th in line, which is another 2 years on top of it. Knowing all of that, knowing how boxing works, that's why I want to see the Fury White first.
Hey, Tony, how many people got kicked back because of COVID?
Yeah, and how long has AJ been waiting for Undisputed? Why is it only what White's been going through?
So, like I said earlier, Tony, it's unfortunate, but this world pandemic that happened affected all sports and everybody. So if he gets kicked back, he gets kicked back. But we got to put some heat on Dillian Whyte, which I mentioned earlier. Whether you think it's fair or not, just like you're saying about Fury, why not just fight your mandatory and beat him up if you can beat him? Well, why didn't White, who claims everybody's scared of him and he'll knock everybody out, why didn't, if he wanted that WBC belt so bad, why didn't he just go beat up Ortiz, which I think White would have beaten Ortiz, but why didn't he just go beat up Ortiz and get the Wilder fight? No, he turned it down. Hold on, bro, hold on. He turned it down and he went for more money. Then when the Miller situation happened, let's not forget, another chance to get your belts. He turned it down because it wasn't enough money. But now we fast forward to a pandemic situation, which everyone got pushed back, and we supposed to feel sorry that White's been waiting for so long. No, I don't feel sorry for him. No.
Okay, so if you're going to use the Luis Ortiz, you've got to tell the whole story about it. So he accepted to fight Ortiz. Dillian Whyte accepted to fight it. Deontay Wilder is the reason why that fight never happened. Deontay Wilder was the one that even put that. No, listen to me. Deontay Wilder is the one that came up with that stipulation. Way before the WBC, way before anybody, Deontay Wilder told Dillian Whyte, fight Luis Ortiz and I'll give you a shot. Dillian Whyte agreed to it. Dillian Whyte said, put your name on this contract stating that when I beat Luis Ortiz, you will fight me. Deontay Wilder refused to do it. Thus, the fight never happened. Okay. That's the whole story there. As far as the AJ short notice Gerald Miller thing goes, that's on him. I don't have any reasonings behind that. Maybe too short of notice. Maybe you wanted more money. I don't know. That was his letdown on that. But that has nothing to do with the WBC, which is the belt that he's been chasing.
What was your source that said White told Wilder to put his name on the contract?
Hold on. Sorry. Can I just interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Interject right quick? That definitely happened. I got it, Tony. But just hold on. There's two things. I can corroborate. I can corroborate for you. He definitely said that. I saw he said it on. But not only did White say that, Wilder said that also. That would, if you fight Ortiz, I will fight you. But that has nothing to do with the fact that the WBC ordered White to fight Ortiz for that mandatory spot. That is separate and apart from whatever Wilder said or whatever White said. The WBC ordered that fight, and White did not take it.
Yeah, see, smoke. See, you and IBT, y'all good at that, but that's cool though. I'm glad you jumped in there because that's what I was going to ask Tony. What is your source that says all of this? Because that's what I was going to come back with you with, bro. Okay, whatever your source was, I was going to say when he was mandated to take the fight and the dude decided to go fight for a money fight, that's White turning down the opportunity. That's what I was going to edge at. But I know Smoke, see, you can't be coming at Wilder with Smoke in the building and don't think that he is going to lay everything on the line, bro. That's why I was like, go ahead, Smoke. Because Smoke knows this to be true, too. They mandated the fight, bro, and White decided to go for money instead of that fight, dog. That means he is responsible for turning down that opportunity. And with the Miller situation, which you didn't defend because there's no defense on that, he turned down another opportunity for a goddamn belt because he wanted more money. So when you turn down 2 opportunities and then you come back in this day and time crying about, I was number one, man, F that. F that. Listen, just like Major Payne said, if you want sympathy from me, look in the dictionary between shit and syphilis. That's how I feel about White.
Yeah, I feel like White has.
That's headlining pay-per-views.
Right. Right.
So the only thing that I can maybe say about White with the AJ thing is I heard there was a thing where, I mean, typically when someone fights the champion, their pay increases even marginally, right? And the main thing I heard is that people were theorizing that possibly Eddie Hearn didn't want Dillian Whyte to take the fight because it would have been a bad idea to have this big British fight happen for AJ's American debut, so they lowballed him in terms of Adam Kovnatsky, Luis Ortiz, and Andy Reese got better offers than Dillian Whyte would, even though he's a bigger draw than those guys. But that's just like a theory I heard. I don't actually remember the timeline.
They're supposed to be. They're supposed to be the April 13th date at Wembley. It was supposed to be the replacement to the Wilder fight, but that didn't pan out, and people were saying that there was no real appetite for it, so maybe it wouldn't have been a great draw, which started to chip away at the idea that AJ could fill Wembley no matter who he fought, right? So that then all of a sudden it became about his American debut. But anyway, the reason why Dillian Whyte was saying no was because he didn't like the terms of the rematch. He was like, if I win, I don't want to have terms dictated to me. That was what the idea was, right?
All right. So,
and the length of the testing.
So as far as the WBC goes, it never mandated Dillian Whyte fight Luis Ortiz for a final eliminator. It was just an eliminator match, which means he would not have been mandatory. I'm reading it right now on the WBC's website. It's also on boxingtalk.com. It's also on ESPN.com and boxingscene.com. It was just for an eliminator. It was not for a mandatory spot, and he didn't do it for an eliminator because it would not have been a final eliminator. Again, like Smoke said and I said, Dillian Whyte wanted Deontay Wilder's name on the contract, stating that having Wilder sign it, saying that if Whyte beat Ortiz, Wilder would fight him, and Wilder did not do that. Thus, he went a different route. But it was not mandated for a mandatory.
Right? Can you send that to me really quick so I can pull it up on screen?
I'm on my phone.
What do I search? What do I search?
All I did was type in Dillian Whyte ordered by WBC. That's it. And then
the issue is not that it was for the mandatory spot. Dominic Breazeale was already the mandatory. It was for fighting. It was in order to be the mandatory after Breazeale fight. So he would have already been in the spot that he is in now if he had fought Ortiz 2 years ago and already had his shot. That's the point. The reason why he's mandatory now, instead of then, is because he did not fight the Ortiz fight.
Okay, so Smoke, I got a question for you. Hold on.
Really quick, let me just state that when Dominic Breazeale was made mandatory, Dillian Whyte was number 1 in the rankings and Dominic Breazeale was number 4. They bumped him up to number 1 just to announce him mandatory, and then Dillian Whyte was number 1 again. So that whole situation is already fugazi to start out with, and to make this fight an eliminator for Dominic Breazeale, who did Dominic Breazeale beat? That one prospect, right? I just think that now we're going down a rabbit hole of the corruption of the WBC and the mistreatment in general. So yeah, it's not only was it not even a mandatory spot, it was a fight eliminator to fight the guy to become a mandatory when he was made mandatory in an illegitimate situation in which he shouldn't have been? But you go, Tony.
But that's not the issue. The issue is not corruption. What you can't leave out is the raft of drug failures of the guys who are ranked above Dillian Whyte. The reason why Dillian Whyte got to his number one spot was not because he beat the guys that got him there. As a matter of fact, the reason why he got his number one spot was because of a bunch of failed drug tests and guys in a parade of title challengers failing drug tests that had done more and accomplished more than Dillian Whyte. And it turned out that Brazil won a one-way mandatory shot the same way Dillian Whyte won a one-way mandatory shot because guys got called up, right? So It's not about corruption. It's not about corruption. Really, it's about switching doping systems. When they switched to VADA, a lot of guys started getting popped. That caused a ripple effect. So it caused a situation where Dillian Whyte was elevated to number one off of a beating of Robert Helenius at a time when Dominic Breazeale was already in a mandatory fight with Bermain Stavern, and he got there because of a failed drug test and an elevation.
Okay, so Smoke, I'm gonna say something, and then I'm gonna ask you a question, and then I want you to respond to that question. So the first thing I want to say is that's not how Dillian Whyte got number one. Dillian Whyte got number one, I believe it was in 2017 when he beat Helenius, winning the WBC silver title. That's when they started ranking him number one in the WBC. It wasn't due to all that.
That's what I said.
But
that's what I said.
My question.
That's what I said.
My question for you was this.
Up to Robert Helenius. But before the Robert Helenius fight, there was a bunch of guys who were ranked ahead of him that failed drug tests.
But the bottom line is he beat Helenius for the silver title, and that's the reason why he got number one. Not because of a whole bunch of people failing, it's because he won a fight. And then
do you know who the silver titleist was before that? It was for a vacant title. Do you know why it was for a vacant title? Because Povetkin was a silver titleist before that, and he failed the drug test.
I got you. So let me get to my question, right? Because Breazeale Whyte, mandatory, right? So by the WBC rules, how often does a champion have to fight a mandatory?
Every year and a half. 18 months.
Okay. So who did Wilder fight after Breazeale for mandatory?
He did not. Breazeale was the mandatory.
Right. Who did he fight for mandatory after?
He never. It wasn't 18 months ago. The fight. It hasn't been 18 months since the Breazeale fight, and the mandatory after Breazeale was Dillian Whyte.
No, the WBC gave the mandatory spot to Tyson Fury, and they fought for a mandatory fight.
No, it was a mandatory obligation that fulfilled Deontay Wilder's mandatory obligation, but Breazeale was still the mandatory.
What after? How can Breazeale still be the mandatory if he just got beat? When you get beat, you lose your mandatory.
Right. So sorry. Okay, this is what I mean. What I mean is this is what Suleiman said, right? Because of the ranking of Tyson Fury, they were willing to postpone the high ranking. They were willing to postpone the mandatory. It's not that Breazeale lost his mandatory position, but they weren't going to enforce the mandatory because of the voluntary. Because of the ranking that Tyson Fury had in the WBC. That's why they ranked him top 3, right? And that was the reason why they gave, for owning the Breazeale fight.
Y'all there?
No, I'm reading the chat. I'm trying to see who posted that. Yeah. Yo, IBT, what you just linked up? Who did that come from?
This thing?
Yeah.
That was just a banner from the article that you sent me, and essentially what it was. I'm reading another thing here is explaining the situation, and the actual confusion came up from Tyson Fury pulling out of the rematch with Deontay. Or he didn't pull out of it, but they thought they would do the instant rematch or the immediate rematch, and they ended up having 2 interim bouts in between, right? So the WBC was initially trying to set up the mandatory situation, provided that Fury was going to fight Deontay Wilder again, and then the winner of that would fight the mandatory. But when he pulled out, they had to act quickly. So they moved down the list, and the list was Dillian Whyte, Luis Ortiz, and Dominic Brazil, and what happened is when those two, Dillian Whyte and Luis Ortiz, were not in position to fight, basically, they moved down to the next person on the list, which was Brazil. But then Fury kind of wasn't being very clear, so they had to put Brazil on ice. They told him to wait. And I can share screen right now. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, that's why I stopped the conversation, because I feel like this is more relevant than what we're saying.
Yeah, so here it's basically highlighting the issues here. Not fighting Ortiz has not affected White's rating, but it did mean that the WBC had to move down to the next available fighter. At the time, both Tyson Fury and Ortiz were not in position to fight. This left the WBC to order Brazil versus Eric Molina. The winner would then get a mandated crack at Wilder. Look at this. Dillian Whyte versus Luis Ortiz is at the same level of for mandatory as Brazil and Eric Molina. That is hilarious. In an attempt to cool the delay, Suleiman held a meeting and put Whyte forward for an interim title bout with Brazil. And a further twist, Fury pulled out of the. This is what I'm talking about. Fury pulled out of the rematch with Wilder. This led to Brazil once again being pushed forward, and Whyte, who suffered due to his previous reluctance to fight Ortiz. Turning down Ortiz wasn't the first time Whyte chose money over a title shot. When Whyte had the opportunity to fight Kubrat Pulev for a mandated fight with his old rival Anthony Joshua, Whyte said the payday was enough. Joshua offered Whyte a rematch earlier this year, and once again, Whyte turned down the deal due to money. That one, I do kind of feel like there was a weird deal going on there where Hearn didn't legitimately give him a lowball offer, or an offer that wasn't the same as Andrew.
What's important with that is it says Whyte turned down the deal because of money.
That's all. I mean, if he just wanted to fight where one of these shiny belts was on the line, then yeah, he did that, right? Now Whyte may as well have killed the future shot and given the WBC both barrels for a second time. You can't offer Tyson Fury $15 million, offer me $4 million. So I think what's going on here is he feels like he's been severely undervalued and essentially lowballed, and as a result, it's caused a lot of complication with the sanctioning bodies. And the final synopsis by this article is that WBC is a joke, boxing is a funny sport, it makes no sense. Yeah, this is a big old just political garbage, essentially, that made it so Whyte had to jump through a lot of hoops, but also he didn't want to go through the last hoops due to money. And I kind of understand fighter mistreatment with money pay, but I do feel like ultimately he should have just fought Ortiz. I do think he would have beat Ortiz. I do think he would have beat Brazil and Eric Molina. So yeah, this is just it's unfortunate, but he's also kind of shot himself in the foot kind of thing. So he does have to wait extremely long for his WBC shot, even though he's been ranked #1 for a long time. And there really shouldn't have been a reason why he had to fight Ortiz, but the facts are they told him to fight him for a title eliminator, so it doesn't matter.
Right, but and what you just did was fast forward to 2019. The thing is, this started 2 years prior in 2017, when he got got his #1 ranking in the first place, and Brazil got his mandatory. That's actually where this thing started. What you just read was a culmination of a lot of other stuff that came into play, including the Fury first fight, and fighting Luis Ortiz a second time because Dillian Whyte didn't fight him when they ordered it.
Yeah. I mean, they even mentioned the fact that he turned down a Pulev fight, right?
Yeah, but again,
I'm just saying, instead of that second Ortiz fight, that should have been Dillian Whyte.
You talking about when Wilder fought Ortiz for the second time?
Yes, when Wilder fought Ortiz for the second time, that should have been Dillian Whyte's spot.
Yeah, but Wilder wanted, but
Fury. It should have been Fury, Brazil, voluntary Whyte.
Smoke, but saying that though, that Ortiz fight, I don't think there's any way Wilder would have not fought Ortiz that second time because he had a point to prove. So, I mean, it's just one bad thing after another bad thing when it comes to the WBC. As far as Pulev's concerned, I kind of think it's the same thing with the AJ. It's irrelevant when you're talking about the WBC because those is for a whole nother set of belts that's not even related. Plus, I mean, realistically, what I think Dillian Whyte's always tried to do is win that WBC belt so he has a bargaining table when he fights AJ not to get fucked over and pay. I think that's why he's going the WBC route the whole time.
What's wrong, man?
All I heard is what's wrong. Somebody all right? Y'all good?
No. Go ahead, my bad. I didn't put it on you. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just making sure you was all right. I just randomly heard it. But again, to come back full circle to get away from the politics, I still believe that Dillian Whyte will beat Tyson Fury. Stylistically, I think it's just a bad matchup for Fury, and I don't think he can handle Whyte.
Yeah. Hello. Sorry, I was just getting a cup of water. But the main ordeal with White and Fury, like just the actual fight, ignore politics or belts. If they fought in the backyard for 12 rounds with a judge and 3 judges and a ref, I do think that Fury would win. I kind of feel bad for White in the sense where I do feel Wilder was a better matchup for him. Just because he has like the tools might have given Wilder trouble whether or not he would have won. I just think it's a better matchup. But I think I do see where you're going with that. He went the WBC route so that he would have a chip in the undisputed table rather than a guy being a title challenger for one of the champions, right? Obviously, being a champion and losing an undisputed or winning an undisputed is better than being a challenger. But yeah, I just don't agree with Fury would lose to White. I think he might give more trouble than Deontay Wilder. I just don't see him losing. I think the only guy I can see basically a guy I may favor, like I could see someone favoring, would be AJ. AJ could beat Fury. He has kind of more solid than White, I want to say, in combination punches. But they have their styles make matchups, and Fury has his tools that he could use to give AJ trouble, and AJ has his stuff that he could give to give Fury trouble. So I'd have to do some more film analysis on that. But yeah, I think that those 4 fighting would be really cool to see.
All right, BT, I got a question for you. Listening to you talk about it, do you think every single person, and even the casuals, the hardcore fans, do you think we're all overlooking Pulev and overlooking Wilder in the third fight? Because we haven't brought it up at all.
Yeah, so let me talk about Pulev first, and I feel like we can all agree on this one. I think Pulev is good. He's like probably top 10 around there. He only lost to Klitschko, I think. So, I mean, he's not bad at all. Yeah, he's only lost to Klitschko, right? I can't think of anyone else. So
yeah, that's all, just one loss.
Yeah, he's not looked amazing in his past performances either, and he's kind of I don't know. I just don't think he has the right tools really to beat AJ. I think he could beat some other guys in the top 10, and he's been talking a whole lot of mess about how AJ's ducking him, which is just a hilarious proposition. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really think I don't give Pulev a shot to beat AJ, especially since we saw a new wrinkle in AJ's game plan. And as for Wilder, I think Wilder poses a bigger threat than Pulev. But in terms of the Fury Wilder matchup, I am essentially counting that as a win for Tyson Fury because I just don't see any adaptations that Wilder can make in time. He has adaptations he could make that would give him a better chance. Just I don't think he's going to make those in time because we haven't seen that development in his career, and I don't know that would suddenly come up, especially when he has a piss poor trainer in Jay Diaz who hasn't taught him anything basically and essentially relied on Wilder's natural athleticism. I really wish he had a better coaching staff. Mark Breland is great, but JDS, the head trainer, is just trash, I think.
I don't know. I don't even know if Mark Breland is that good of a trainer, to be honest with you. He was a great fighter, but just that's like somebody can be.
He was a good fighter too.
No, listen though. I said he was a good fighter. He was a great fighter, Olympian.
Yeah, not a great fighter, good fighter. I agree with you about trainers. Sorry, go ahead.
But what I was going to say, Smoke, is you could be a very good mathematician, but that doesn't mean you could teach math to somebody. It's the same thing with fighting. You could be a great fighter, but that doesn't mean it translates over well to coaching. To be a good teacher, you have to be able to teach. And I just don't see JD's or Breland being good teachers because what have they actually taught Wilder? Obviously not a lot because he's lacking in a lot of spots. I think he should fire them all and actually get somebody in there that can. He needs somebody like Teddy Atlas. That can just be in his face and make him do what he needs to do. He needs somebody aggressive, somebody he can't run over and do whatever he wants to do. That's how I see it.
I think it's a little too late in his career to get someone like Teddy Atlas, because Teddy Atlas, you actually would really have, like, I get what you're saying. I do think if he could implement like if Teddy Atlas could put what's in his brain and make Wilder do it, I think that'd be a good matchup. But the main issue I see with Jay Diaz and even Mark Breland, he's a great fighter, like you were saying, but I don't know if it's translated to his training. These trainers, you can't just have the knowledge, right? Like you're saying with the teacher, you can't just have a person with a PhD in the subject just spout information at you. You need someone who has a background in educating people, or someone who has a way, it's very rare talent, a way to get this information from your head onto a paper, from your head out to your words, and express it in a manner that is easily consumable by your the fighter, right? And I don't see it, man. I don't know if it's Wilder or if it's. I do think JD sucks. Like, I'm just gonna say that.
It's very clear cut. Neither JD's nor Mike Breland has built a fighter. So this is their number one guy. This is their only guy. This is their most successful guy, and he's reached the ceiling where they now have brought in somebody who is more seasoned than their staff in the personage of a Sugar Hill, who's a phenomenal X and O's guy, right? So now you have a situation where you need to update your brain trust, right? You can be a prisoner of your own success. Fine. Whatever you are doing got you this far, and that's fit. You haven't shown wrinkles because you haven't had to show wrinkles, right? Even though everyone can tell you their house is on fire, you didn't smell the smoke. Now you're choking on it. Does that mean that you can't fix it? I don't know. For me, I see him fixing a couple of things, not becoming an entirely different kind of fighter. I don't know that Teddy Atlas is the right. I would lean more towards a Buddy McGirt than a Teddy Atlas. But whomever it is, it has to be someone who can at least equate with the boxing knowledge that now Tyson Fury has in his corner.
See, when I look at Buddy McGirt, I see a guy, because I believe he trained Kovalev, and Arturo Gotti. I can't think who else he trained. He had somebody else that was a world champion. Gotti, Kovalev. I can't think of the other guy. But when I think of him, I think of somebody who's very good at teaching you range and jabs. The reason why I said Teddy Atlas is because I feel like that Deontay Wilder, he needs to learn how to. He's very fast. Like, people don't understand how fast Deontay Wilder is with his feet. He can get from one end of the ring to the other end of the ring like he's running a 40-yard dash. He's extremely quick. And the problem is he doesn't know how to use that speed. He doesn't know. Like with Atlas, he'll teach him how to bob and weave and how to circle and move. That's why I'm saying a guy like Atlas to work on what he's already got. Because you got to think about Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson had God-given power, but he also had speed. But what made Mike Tyson great? His movement with that speed to be able to land the shot. So I feel like that Wilder needs somebody who can cultivate his speed to open up opportunities, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so for me, it's right. So and I definitely hear, and I think that they actually are a good, maybe probably emotional mix too. It's just so one of the small but potentially huge adjustments Wilder has to make is how he responds to the jab. He turns his head, right? You can't do that. You have to figure out. So you need somebody not to just tailor his offense and to help maximize his natural gifts, but also to be a little bit more conscious about how to work your offense off of your defense and how to make that transition. And then also, what you do in the clinch. Like, really just figure out a different way to handle the clinch and, what to do in close. Not to become an in fighter, but just change your strategy inside. But the way you approach clinches and the way you exit clinches.
Yeah, so my thing is that we haven't seen a lot of development from Wilder in the career that he has had so far. So I just find it kind of difficult to imagine that he suddenly learns about the clinch. And I agree with you. I think Buddy McGirt would be a great trainer for him, now that you mention it, because he was the reason I think he lost the fight, or at least lost specific important exchanges, was he does not have very good distance control or like depth of range. Like, he doesn't know when he can hit Fury, when Fury can hit him. He was falling for feints that wouldn't have been able to hit him, but because he reacted poorly, Fury was able to react and then hit him after. And I feel like jab, right? His jab is one of his best tools because it sets up his actual best tool, which is his right hand, lights out power. I just don't know if he can actually implement all of these things in time. I mean, we even see guys like Triple G, who he has good boxing skills, but he's having difficulty incorporating what Jonathan Banks wants him to do, and it's already been a couple fights. I don't see Deontay Wilder, who's less skilled, has less amateur background, has less rounds in championship fights or fights in general. I just don't think he can change like that, and not to blame him. I do think his training has failed him a lot, but I just personally, I don't see him being able to make these key adaptations to beat Fury.
See, the issue is what you. I think viewing Wilder's development and not so much as through the lens of how much has he developed, just what has he developed, right? And over time and adding coaches, you can see what he actually has developed, right? And the way he has developed. Whether or not that equals becoming a complete fighter and fixing the flaws that he's had since day one, that's a different thing. But he has developed in certain sort of key areas that I think he just needs to shore up in order to beat Tyson Fury. And that's like, so the first fight was a close fight to me, regardless of how it is you slice it. One guy got the job done their way, and another guy got the job done their way. The second fight was a lot less competitive for long stretches of the fight. It started off more competitive early, but the ultimate success was one-sided, right? So what do you take from that? All you can take from that is the limited success that you had, and then fix what got you into the most danger, right? And from what I saw was what I already expressed. So I don't think that it takes an overhauling and becoming a more complete fighter. I think it's shoring up a couple of different things in order to beat Tyson Fury.
In my opinion, it takes more than the time that he has. So we can say all of that, and that was a really good breakdown. I'll give you that. But it's going to take more than the time frame he has from now into that next fight. And it also will take, in my opinion, a fight or two to try some of these things out. He is not going to revamp all the things he needs to revamp to beat a guy like Fury without a fight in between. That's not going to happen. That's improbable. It's not impossible, because the possibility is that he can land that right hand and knock him out. But outside of that right hand, to beat Fury without knocking him out, without slipping that right hand in there and knocking him out, the time frame that he has from now and what he has in his tool bag to accomplish that in the next fight is highly improbable.
Hey, Smoke, correct me if I'm wrong, because I can tell you're a huge Wilder fan, and I haven't watched a lot of.
Yeah, really the thing is. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Tony.
When Fury and Wilder fought in the first fight, the first time Wilder knocked down Fury, wasn't it off a left hook?
Are you saying Fury dropping Wilder or Wilder dropping Fury?
I'm saying when in Fury versus Wilder 1, when Wilder dropped Fury the first time, didn't he drop him with a left hook?
Could be, yeah, could be. I seem to remember something like that.
So my thing with Wilder is he is very limited, right? And the thing is that's why, again, if it was me and I had Wilder, I would want him to be a lot more aggressive oriented than he was in the second fight. I know that sounds counterproductive because Tyson Fury killed him on the inside, but hear me out real fast. He's 6'7", Fury 6'9", way longer arms. He's not going to beat him with the jab. So don't even worry about the jab. What you need to do is use that power that you have. You need to learn how to slip punches. So Fury likes to hang his left arm out and kind of blind you like Muhammad Ali, or he'll flick his jab out real lazy like Muhammad Ali. That is the perfect thing for a speed guy like Fury for Wilder to sidestep around and catch him with a left hook behind the jab. I think Wilder, if he could, and I'm not saying he can, but I think the focus should be taking the fight to Fury, learning how to move side to side. That's where you're going to have your most, because you can create space without backing up
are moving towards. You can move to the side and get that full range of motion for space. He needs to learn how to control space laterally because he's not going to win front to back.
Okay,
right.
so in my opinion, that's the thing. See, here's the thing. We saying a guy like Wilder. This is my thing. That could possibly work, but a guy like Wilder, who has never shown lateral movement, to learn this skill within one fight, no. That's my thing. Like some of these things that people put out there about what Wilder has to do, I get it. But he's going to adapt this. By the next fight, no, he's not. He's not going to adapt it. And we got to take into account that Fury is a guy who has shown time and time again the propensity to adjust. So if Wilder does adapt this one necessary tool he needs, Fury's not going to adjust to that. Stop this nonsense, bro. Please stop it.
No, I'm not saying.
For me, I think it's real simple. Like you said aggressive. I think that's part of it. I think he was being way too reactive and not proactive enough. Right? He wasn't dictating the pace enough. He did in spots, but he was being too reactive. Said I get that, but really, what I saw is him not meeting foul for foul. Him not meeting the intensity of the fight. Right. And that's what for me, it's a discouraging the fouling on the inside, because that's really, it's not like the fight happened on the inside. It was just a bunch of fouling that happened in a clinch. So if you can keep the fight on the outside where he was having success, I think that's where you get the right, landing the right hand. Sure, you can slip punches to maximize your thing, but mostly it's about what happens once the space is the plane is broken. Once it gets on the inside, because that's where the damage happened. It happened on after a break. That's when he got that shot off, right?
And I love the comment about it was a bunch of fouling, because just like Lawrence Williams put in the chat, and it was the same thing that I answered Tony Review's question with. I love the idea about the fouling, because in the first fight, the first knockdown was 2 punches behind the head, which is clearly fouling.
But listen, like I said, this is not about whether or not a guy should be allowed to foul or anything like that. I'm just talking about this is one of the adjustments that Wilder can make. In that thing is not allowing himself to be hung on and rabbit punched and hit on the break, like all of that, discourage all of that nonsense so he can keep the fight at the proper distance.
All right. So here's the thing. It's illegal to hit somebody behind the head unless they turn into the punch. Deontay Wilder turned away, got hit in the back of the head. A lot of times when you see Deontay Wilder hitting people behind the ear, it's because they're moving forward towards him and his hands drift. It's not like he's targeting behind the ear. He's just throwing wildly. And if a fighter moves themselves into a bad position and gets hit behind the head, then it's not an illegal foul. It's only illegal when it's blatant. And say you're in the clinch and you reach behind somebody's head, hit them in the back of the head, or it's only illegal in them circumstances. But if you turn your head and you get hit, or you walk forward and one comes behind you, that's on you for making a bad defensive move. So
right, but when you get hit twice, when you get hit once, I get you. But when you get hit twice, that's a different story, bro.
Right. But I'm not gonna get into the rabbit punching. But again, like I said, the best way to stop a clinch is to have a good mid to short range fight, and you have to do that by sidestepping, lateral movement. If you just stay still, somebody can grab you. If you step around them, it's harder for them to grab you, and then you catch them with uppercuts, hooks, short punches that you can hit them with to keep them from grabbing you. And again, D, I tend to agree with you that he has. I don't know if he has enough time to work on what we're saying he needs to work on. It is possible. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Right. It's possible, but highly improbable, bro. Highly improbable.
Yeah. The thing is, though, is but here's what I also look at too, and this is my flip side to the coin. I don't even think Wilder needs to improve that much. He only needs to get 20% better. 15% better. He's just got to get better enough to where those shots that barely miss can touch Fury, because he's already proven he can hurt Fury if he can land cleanly. So if he can just improve 15 to 20%, that might be enough
to rely on that power to put Fury down. It could be.
But Tony, you know that he hit him 3 times with that right hand in the second fight. One of them was flush. 2 of them weren't. Fury rolled him. But one of them, he hit him clean. He didn't even drop him.
There was a couple. Yeah, to your point, D. There was a couple spots in which Fury was stepping in or like jumping in a little, and because Wilder doesn't get talked about a lot. Wilder actually has good timing. So he knew when he was gonna walk in. He threw the right hand. Fury ate it on the chin. He stepped back a little, like, okay, how are my legs? He even said this in the interview. He's like, my legs are fine. Okay, let me go back in. So it's not so much like he can. I feel like he doesn't need an overhaul, but I feel like it's a combination of things. He's getting outboxed on the outside. He's getting feinted and reacted baited very easily. He's getting beat up on the inside. He totally brought the wrong game plan. He had the wrong conditioning. He bulked up for no reason. That's a combination with the game plan. And then Fury brought the right strategy. Fury brought a new strategy. Fury's going to get better at this strategy. I see Fury developing, and I see Wilder staying the same, stagnating. I don't think he can suddenly overhaul his entire skill set and be able to overcome the challenges and skills that Fury is going to bring into the trilogy. And really quick, let me bring in Harsha into the panel. What's up? How you doing, man?
Harsha? What's up, Harsha? And real quick, IBT, also just to piggyback off what you were saying, is that Wilder has to do this with either JD's or whoever the hell else he's going to bring in, while Fury is sitting there in the crunk gym, a proven system. He's sitting with a proven system where Wilder we got to hope who is he going to find or rely on JD's to get all of this done. Bro, he getting beat up in that fight. What up, that?
And JD or Mark Breland or George Foreman, maybe? Like, we got Raider on the panel, too. What's up?
What scares me for Wilder, what scares me the most isn't even his ability of boxing. That's not what scares me the most. What scares me the most about Tyson Fury is at 274, I think it was 272, 274, he still looked very small, which meant he could put on even more weight because he wanted to put on more weight to have more power. So there's no telling with this longer break how much more weight he's going to put on because, like I said, he still looked pretty small at 270 something.
So let me
that's what I see as a huge obstacle when people are saying like Deontay Wilder's been exposed. To me, there's nobody quite like Tyson Fury. That like losing to Tyson Fury, especially the way he lost to Tyson Fury, is not easily replicable by other fighters. The guy's huge, and especially in comparison, it looks kind of weird. It looks kind of like Mike Tyson Punch Out.
The only thing I have to say about not you, Smoke, I do agree. There is a blueprint on Wilder now. I just don't think it can be replicated. Like, I forget who, but if someone was trying to say that Wilder will now go to journeyman status, and I think that's insane and ludicrous. But on the point that you're saying he'll gain or put on the weight better, I think that's actually a huge mistake. The thing that Wilder had an advantage over Fury in the first fight, Wilder always has reach and height advantage against his opponents, or he's even in height and reach. I think he's never been negative in reach against anyone except Fury. But my point being, Fury is a bigger guy, right? The thing Wilder had against Fury in the first fight was his speed. And that kind of goes back to our talk about muscle earlier. And that was he had lean muscle, quick twitch fiber muscle. Now that he bulked up, he had this thing where he's like, I'm going to get more power. But power wasn't really the issue. When he knocked him down, it wasn't he needed more power. Fury just got up. That's just the truth of the matter. I don't think there was a single punch Wilder could have thrown that was more perfectly placed. He got like 2 counters in a row. Fury got up. The thing he had an advantage was speed. And when you bulk up the way he is currently bulking up, Fury somehow has the speed advantage because he's not used to carrying this upper body weight with the chicken legs that he has. So what happens is he loses speed. His power hardly changes. He already has lights out power, right? Doesn't need, muscle that doesn't correlate directly, right? And he's losing speed. So he's losing speed, he's losing endurance, and he's losing gas tank. Gas tank, speed, and his power doesn't change. The guy that weighed 209 dropped Fury. So he didn't need more power. He didn't need to weigh more muscle for more power. I think if he like just continues to gain more weight and muscle, he should do it on his legs to maybe help balance and stuff like that. But I don't think he needs to, get bigger biceps or chest or traps or
Well, IBT.
like I don't think
Here's just one thing.
IBT.
Here's just one thing. I just want to say one thing is that Tyson Fury is not the same size, right? He put on 20 pounds himself.
Right, but IBT, this is the point I was making. I wasn't talking about Wilder needing to be bigger or getting bigger. I was talking about Fury being even bigger in the third fight. What I was saying is Fury still looked on the leaner side for 6'9" at 272, 274. He still looked like he could put on more weight. And the thing is, like Smoke just said, in the first fight, Fury was only 250 when Wilder was knocking him down. Fury went up to 270, and like you said, he ran into a right hand, and it did put him on his ass. The bigger you get, the bigger your neck becomes. The bigger your neck becomes, the more damage your head can absorb, because the neck is pretty much like a shock on a car. It's a shock absorber. So the more weight that you get is the more damage you can take. That's why heavyweights don't fight welterweights. And my biggest fear is Fury, because he looked like he carried the 272, 274 so well, he might come in 280 for the third fight.
I mean, he could, but he's already said his best weight is around 270s and like 260. So I don't think that his actual I don't think he's just gonna get really big. He didn't look very like lean, like you're saying. I mean, he was looking good. He looked in shape. Just I don't feel like he needs to gain more weight, or gaining more weight will do anything. I feel like the main place Wilder can take advantage is he doesn't have reach, and he won't have power, and he won't have size. So at least take speed. But he sacrificed speed for the concept of more power, right? When he already had for one hit, he has more power. But who was actually taking more damage? Tyson Fury had a better method of delivering that damage, right? So,
right, but IBT, imagine this.
Speed, he can deliver his damage better than Fury can if he can overcome the reach thing. But there's too many obstacles to overcome, I think, for him to actually find significant success in the trilogy.
But IBT, think about this real fast, and then I just want to hear what your thought is on this. If Deontay Wilder at 230 pounds could not take Fury's 274 pounds leaning on him, how could he take it at 212 pounds, even smaller, with that much more weight advantage leaning on top of him?
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I actually don't see a way that he could win, but I do think it would be better to go in lean. I'm not saying he has to be light. He just has to be lean. I mean, in the first fight, he knocked him down at like 215 pounds, 13 pounds, something like that, right? So it's not a fact of him having more muscle translating to power. He's a wiry guy. He's always had power. The issue is he sacrificed speed for the concept of power that he wasn't able to deliver because he no longer had the speed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was I think he was like 212 with a bunch of shit on. Like, he didn't get on the scale naked, right? He was wearing a bunch of nonsense. They're saying that the night of the fight he was 209 pounds. And I think Tyson Fury was like unofficially like 253 or 256, something like that. But still, the guy is, I mean, Tyson Fury is just a bigger dude. Like, I don't know what shape he's gonna come in, but if he comes in looking the same way he did, with the same kind of movement, mobility, and sharpness, and he adds like I think he can comfortably add probably 6 or 7 more pounds, then yeah, it becomes an issue. Like I said, how Wilder handled the clinch becomes imperative, actually.
Yeah, you're right. I think it all goes down to well, it's not only just the clinch. So I don't want to say that it's a clinch combined with how he reacts to the feints and like long distance and close distance. I think mid range they're both about even in terms of who has advantage. Wilder may have the threat of the right hand more than Fury does, but I think the issue is Fury is really easily able to control where the fight is happening. Deontay Wilder weighed in at 212 in the first fight, like weighed in, right, with stuff on. And then the second fight, he was at 231. In the Luis Ortiz fight, he was 220. So he gained 11 pounds for Tyson Fury, all in upper body mass, essentially muscle. So, of course, he gasses out, and then, we know the rest.
But
Hey, fellas,
my bad.
hey, I gotta take off right quick, but thanks for having me, IBT. Smoke, Raider, Tony reviews, all you guys, y'all have a good one, bro.
Yeah, PC, thanks for coming out.
I've heard a lot of people rate Dillian Whyte, but I've never heard anyone sort of break him down technically and give a favorable impression. I'm surprised that you completely overlook his balance, right? Like, do you not see that the guy looks like he's falling over when he throws the jab? He falls into things, and
he got better balance than Deontay, though.
yeah, but this is not about fighting Deontay. It's about fighting Tyson Fury.
Again.
Wait, who has poor balance?
Hold on. As far as fighting Tyson Fury, I highly doubt Dillian Whyte's going to rely on the jab, because if he does, he's going to get 8 apart.
He's too small.
The jab with
he's
him.
too small for the jab.
Secondly, he did not look off balance jabbing the living shit out of Oscar Rivas. That's how he defeated Oscar Rivas, by just jabbing him, which is something that we've never seen Dillian Whyte do before. So I don't know where he looks sloppy. The only time he looks off balance is when he's tired, in my opinion.
So Oscar Rivas has really short arms. That's the one thing. Like, Oscar Rivas puts his head on your chest and throws hooks from you, like on the ropes, right? Because he's got really short arms. That's his whole thing. A guy like Dillian Whyte has actually pretty good reach, so he can out jab an Oscar Rivas, especially if the ref is going to not allow Oscar Rivas to work on the inside, where he actually does his best job. But that's a different subject for another day. But if you're just talking about when he looks sloppy, definitely against Chisora and definitely against Parker.
I don't.
And definitely against Wok too.
At all. Like, I don't see how he looked sloppy at all against Parker until later in the fight when he was tired, because he hit Parker once again with a beautiful punch that put him on his ass in the 9th round. It was beautiful.
Okay, so it was undeniable how sloppy he looked against Parker late. But I'm talking about when he throws his jab and he goes off balance and he has to reset totally, and sometimes even switch stance, even though he gets in order to get back into the proper boxing stance, because he throws his shots and falls into them.
I see that from old Dillian Whyte. I don't see that from him today. And my stance on Dillian Whyte has been the same now for the last 2 years. I honestly believe outside of Anthony Joshua, there's not a boxer in the heavyweight division that can beat him.
Yeah, I would like to see him in order to put
hey, Smoke, you're doing the Matrix, Smoke.
Yeah, you're robotic. You're very robotic, Smoke. I'm gonna unmute you now. Let me know if it doesn't work. I'll let you back in. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, what's cracking?
Can you hear me? Hey, what's up, Raider?
Yeah, we can. What up?
All right, you want to continue what you were saying?
Oh, yeah. I was just saying I'd like to see Dillian Whyte fight a lot of people too, in order to prove that. Because to me, although he got the result, he has not shown that he is better to me than either Oscar Rivas or Joseph Parker. Both of those things are both of those fights are shrouded in inside the ring and outside the ring controversy from what I saw.
Oh, I don't see how Rivas was controversy, because he outboxed him the entire fight until he got overconfident, got caught, knocked down. He got up and then took control of the fight for the rest of the fight again. Joseph Parker, if you take away the headbutt, there's no real controversy there. Again, you got to keep coming back. He didn't knock Parker down once. That's not like that's what sealed the deal. He knocked him on his ass a second time. And Joseph Parker is a guy who said he had the strongest chin in boxing, never been put down in sparring, never been put down in the amateurs, never been put down in the pros, and he got put on his ass by Whyte. So I think that's a testament to Whyte.
But you keep saying twice as though he got it done twice. Actually, it got done once and headbutted once.
I think that's debatable.
And you could even make the argument that the headbutt might have influenced the second knockdown, but the main issue with the first fake knockdown, where it was a headbutt, is I don't think he wins on the scorecards if you count that round as a slip or a headbutt, as it should have been.
But yeah, okay, so
Right,
here's
and
the
I'm
thing.
also saying
So
that
what I
I'm
said,
also saying
IBT.
that I'm also saying that in Dillian Whyte fights, he gets away with fouls that his opponents don't get away with.
I don't know about that
I'm
one,
not gonna go
Smoke.
there. I'm just gonna go on like what officially happened, and then
No, I'm saying Derek
slightly
Chisora.
like
There, no, I mean I can go through it. Derek Chisora got points taken away for doing what Dillian Whyte was doing to Joseph Parker. But Joseph Parker, for some reason, got no. You know, where's the warnings at least for some of the fouls that Dillian Whyte was doing?
I don't know what fouls he was doing to Joseph Parker. Like I didn't see.
Whoa, wow, okay, all right,
No,
okay.
no,
Nobody saw
I'm
nothing.
telling you
I get you.
honestly.
Nobody saw
Like
nothing.
I'm being honest with you. As far as like Chisora goes, it's irrelevant because he got knocked out. Um, the fouls didn't mean anything. The point deduction didn't mean anything because he got knocked out. So he lost. As far as Joseph Parker goes, I do not know what fouls you're talking about. Me and IBT on my channel, we went frame by frame. He showed me the headbutt that knocked Parker down, right? Now,
mhm.
that was an unintentional headbutt. He did not hit him purposely as Parker was moving when he was coming in. Now, when we went frame by frame, I told IBT, and I'm telling you this now, and IBT can attest to this. I'm not 100% sure that it was the headbutt that knocked Parker down because if you watch Dillian Whyte's glove, it looks like he catches him on the chin underneath. Now, you can ask IBT if I'm saying anything different than the day we went frame by frame.
Yeah, no, I did not end up agreeing with you, but you are staying consistent in your claim. It looks to me like what happened was Joseph Parker crouches down, anticipating a punch, but Dillian Whyte leans forward a lot. And what happens is, at the same time as Parker is crouching, Dillian Whyte leans forward, does a hook to the body. Due to the crouching, his head clashes with Joseph Parker's, and then his shoulder does. With his left arm, I believe. I could pull up the footage again. I don't think I'll get taken down or anything. But essentially, what Tony was saying is he's saying after the headbutt, whatever had ended up happening, he actually did connect a left hook. That's what his claim was. I don't agree, but he has stayed consistent with his claim.
Yeah. So just like you have to go frame by frame, I guess we're gonna have to go frame by frame through the fouls because I mean, one of the takeaways from that fight was how Joseph Parker was like kind of nice because of the way Dillian pushing him around and manhandling around and quite frankly fouling him repeatedly without any sort of response or retaliation from Joseph Parker.
So again, I'm gonna have to rewatch this fight from round 1 to round 12 because I do not remember any flagrant foulings outside of the one headbutt that may have been the knockdown, may or may not have been caused by the headbutt. Because when I watched it, and like I said, and IBT just told you, when we went frame by frame by frame by frame by frame to see what the fuck happened, I'm not 100% sure the headbutt is what knocked Parker down. I think Parker got clipped on his chin by a punch coming underneath their bodies, and that's what dropped him. Had that punch not landed, I don't even know if that headbutt would have knocked Parker down. If that punch did not land, then it was the headbutt, but I'm not convinced the headbutt is what actually dropped him.
Yeah, but all you're talking about is a headbutt punch combination because you can say the same thing about the punch that you say about the headbutt. Since both of them landed, and a headbutt is not a legal blow, it's still a combination of a headbutt and a punch.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to tell you is it wasn't an intentional headbutt. So just like when Fury got knocked down by Wilder in the first fight, it was behind the ear, which is behind the head. It wasn't intentional. Fury still went down. The shit happens. It's not a foul.
Listen, I'm not saying that the headbutt itself was the dirty part of it. I'm saying that it got called a knockdown when it should not have been ruled one.
But if he
and that affected the result of the fight, and that also reflects about how great we're talking about Dillian Whyte is.
Smoke, hold on, IBT. Make sure that sound is off, so this way this video does not get flagged. I don't want you to lose 2-3 hours, however long you've been on.
Yeah, I have it off, and then if you guys hear anything, let me know because that would be weird. But this one is an even clearer angle than the one that we were talking about. I think regardless of what happened, it's a headbutt into a punch or a headbutt into not a punch. Either way, it shouldn't have been called it down, and he was winning the round in all honesty. We can rescore it. I would actually be interested in doing that. We can do a rescoring live, and I'd have to add some filters, or we can just do a watch together. But I believe the knockdown. Let me just slow it down. Knockdown happens right around this mark. So yeah, so here we have Joseph Park kind of working to the body. He shells up. I believe it's right here. Let's see. No. It's right at the end of the second round, so this should be it. Hopefully I haven't missed it. Yes, okay, boom. There it is. That's the exact knockdown, actually. His head is literally clashing with the right side of Joseph Parker's temple. We see his hand, right, where it was the frame before. It was outside of his arm. It goes in, and it doesn't really go through. Like, just the way his hand is positioned, it doesn't make sense to how it would have hit his chin. And if it does hit his chin, it doesn't matter, because regardless, he does that weird walk after. Regardless, he would have, hit him with the tempo. I'm just gonna show it one more time. I don't want to risk it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pause it. So what I want you to do, IBT, watch this. Okay, stop there. Okay, now watch. Okay, so this is perfect. So you see that left hand, right? So this is what I want you to look for. Dillian Whyte hits him with his head kind of around like the ear. If you look, and he's sliding through, that left hand is going to come in between, and you're going to watch his whole hip rotate away from the camera, and you see Parker's head bounce to the left, which tells me a punch went through. Even right there, you can see the referee in the glove. The punch connected with his chin. I'm telling you, that punch landed. The referee staring right back at where the punch would be coming from. He hit him with that hand. I'm telling you, watch it. Go frame by frame.
So regardless of if the hand hits, which I think it's his left shoulder actually, and you'll see here, boom, it connects to the temple, and then his shoulder bashes into his body right there. You see that? You see even Dillian Whyte's shoulder, his back muscles react. You see that part right there?
Right.
Let me use my mouse.
But what I'm trying to tell you is
area.
right here.
Yeah.
So in this frame,
which is also a
look right there.
Yeah,
It's already connected. It's already connected.
So either way.
Is the thing. So what I'm trying to say, IBT, and I won't talk over you if I am. I'm sorry, because again, this is your chat. What you have to understand is where the referee was standing, he was looking back towards where that punch would have came from, the punch that we cannot see that's in question. The referee saw that angle and ruled it a knockdown. What the referee could not see is what the camera saw, where the heads collided. So me looking at this and knowing from being in the ring, watching how his body's moving and how the punch slips through, what I'm thinking happened is, yes, they did connect with their heads. That's obvious. But I think the referee saw the punch land on Joseph Parker's chin underneath, and that's why he ruled it a knockdown, because he could see the punch landing. He didn't see the headbutt.
Yeah. So unfortunately, regardless of if it was a shoulder hit or a punch under the clash, the point is they still the hardest part of Dillian Whyte's forehead clashed with the softest part of Joseph Parker's head. So, to the temple, even if the punch didn't hit, I think he would have went down. And I just don't feel like we can call that a legitimate knockdown. And I was doing the math earlier. I think it's a split decision win or draw for Joseph Parker. Either way, it's not a loss. So I like Dillian Whyte, and I've been, you ask Smoke, I've been advocating for Whyte to get his shot, and I think he deserves one regardless if he wins or loses versus Deontay Wilder, AJ, or Fury. But yeah, that was
I've been saying the same stuff. Yeah, I've been saying this since the night the fight happened. I can't believe the amount of pushback it takes to just acknowledge, like, all right, like, dudes aren't being allowed to fight. Like, I'm watching it. I feel like I'm going crazy. Now we got to show the blow by blow with dudes getting shouldered in the head and headbutts and all. Bruh, like, dude, like, if you get hit with a combination that includes a headbutt, you just overlook the headbutt. Like, if you want to absolve the ref of culpability, that's fine. That does not mean that Dillian Whyte is a better fighter than Joseph Parker.
I'm not absolving him of anything. What I'm trying to tell you is, from the angle the referee was standing, there's no way he could have seen the heads collide, because where the heads
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by absolving responsibility.
The reason why, in my opinion, I'm saying why I believe the ref called it a knockdown is because, for one, he could not see the headbutt. For two, from the angle he was standing at, he could see if it was the shoulder or the fist. So in my mind, what makes sense is that punch landed, judging by how clear the ref could see it, and that's why he called it a knockdown. Now, too bad, and there should be instant replay in boxing, so you could go and see, okay, the headbutt initiated it. Don't count that. But regardless, it doesn't take away the fact of the 9th round knockdown that was clean as fuck.
Right, but it doesn't matter. But that I got it. But that is a complete deflection from the headbutt.
It's not.
And what we're actually talking about. I got it. You said because you said he knocked him down. You said he put him on his butt twice. When one of those things is a headbutt. So what we're talking about is the headbutt, not the time, right? So because when you say twice, then that means you need to talk about 2 times. In this instant, let me finish. You said that from your vantage point, you think the ref can't see it. That's fine that you came to that conclusion. I came to a completely different conclusion. I came to the conclusion that the ref is right there and he has an unfettered view of the headbutt. He is right there in order to see it, and he just didn't call it. But whatever, it didn't matter. The ref didn't call it whichever way, whether it was an honest mistake, whether he didn't have the view for doing it. The issue does not take away from the fact that the reason why Dillian Whyte won that fight was because he was credited a knockdown that he should not have been credited with. Regardless of what he did later on in the fight, that knockdown helped him win the fight. Otherwise, he would not have won the fight. So really, when we're assessing how good he is and what level of competition, then that headbutt becomes absolutely relevant to the conversation.
Hold on.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add because I am in agreement with you. I do like Dillian Whyte. If I haven't made that obvious enough already, I'll state it now. I do think he deserves a shot at the title. I think he's a top 4, possibly top 3 heavyweight. Currently, I have him at number 4, number 5, around there, right? But the guy deserves a shot at the WBC title. He's been mistreated to an extent, but I do understand the criticisms that people such as Get the Smoke have for Dillian Whyte. I don't think the Rivas fight should be a rematch, but I think that the rematch with Joseph Parker would do both of those guys good. You know what I mean? I feel like Parker should fight someone like a Chisora or Pulev, like lower end of the top 15, top 10, and then jump back up to a Dillian Whyte level just to kind of see if he still is willing to fight at that level of competition. Because I do think both of those guys are really good, but that fight should get a rematch.
I was trying.
Hey, real quick. Hey, IBT. On the comments, I put in a link where it clearly shows that he didn't get hit. It was the headbutt.
Let me. There's an ad right now. I'll try to.
It's on the comments. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, right. So really, like I said, to me, Dillian Whyte is the choosiest beggar in heavyweight challenger history who is doing headlining pay-per-views, making decisions for his pockets, and then asking the public to feel sorry for him. He is a millionaire making money off of it over not fighting for the championship and guilting us into feeling some kind of way about it. And I, for one, have the world's smallest violin for Dillian Whyte. I think his act is actually funny, but whatever. He could continue doing it, and like I said, if he were to fight these guys to show, and he keeps fighting the type of level, the level of opponents that justify him doing what he's doing, then knock yourself out. The fight with Dillian, the Parker fight was okay. The Wach fight was whack. Actually, the Rivas fight was okay. I expect the Povetkin fight to be okay. Whatever, to each his own.
Yeah. So
right. Really so quickly, for me, when it comes to heavyweight championship fights, he is like 4th on the list of fights that I'd like to see. Maybe like 3rd or 4th.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. He's a contender, right? This is a more clear video, zoomed in as well, of the headbutt clearly connecting. You even see the sweat come off their forehead. So we'll just play this. Oops. Yeah, we're gonna start this here.
Yeah, nobody's denying that the headbutt didn't land.
There you go. Do you see that? Do you see like the shoulder and the head?
No. Move the banner. There's a banner blocking the screen.
Let me see. Sorry.
No,
banner?
no.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Now we can see.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that must have been unclear. Let me just put it in not slow motion. I'll go frame by frame if I need to. Okay, so that's him in the corner. Thanks, whoever this is.
That was me.
Oh, you made it?
No, I got the link and I put it on the.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks, Raider. Yeah. Okay,
you're gonna have to. Yeah, you'll see that it doesn't connect, but you gotta go a little bit more forward.
Yeah. Okay. So. That's when they both exchange jabs at the same time. Yeah. So this is the 1-2 to the body, and he shows up. That's the headbutt, right? And then there's his shoulder.
And then underneath that shoulder is a fist coming down.
Dude, it doesn't.
Now you're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go a little bit more forward.
Hold on. So look, again, you can't tell from that angle. Like we're looking at
does it matter? Does it matter if there's a punch after the headbutt and the knee and the crotch punch? You know what I mean? Like
go to 16 seconds.
Here's the
16.
deal.
Okay.
Here's the bottom
Go to 16
line.
seconds.
The bottom line is this. The bottom line
So
is
here's the headbutt, and
you can't tell. I can already tell we're not going to be able to see the punch. We see a shoulder blocking the view.
No, we actually see the shoulder bump his head. I can't play in slow motion because you don't really see the full effect of the shoulder bumping him. So try to look here, boom.
But what I'm trying to tell you is underneath that shoulder is a.
It doesn't matter, Tony, my guy. It doesn't matter, dude. If you hit someone
IBT.
with a headbutt.
IBT, did you play that clip from the link I put in the comments? It shows a different angle. That's not the angle.
That's not. Yeah, it's the same link. Let me see. Is it later in the video?
Yeah, it's not in the beginning. It's a whole different angle.
Yeah, okay. I want to see it from that.
It's like at 20 seconds, I believe, or 19 seconds.
Okay, I'll look around.
It's from a different angle.
Oh yeah, perfect. Wow. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna show that one. This one is very clear. I think someone has a little bit of echo right now. Yeah, so if it wasn't clear enough already, here we go. Should I put it at half speed or like? I'll put it at 75.
It should be obvious.
Okay.
Looks like the angle that the referee would have seen.
Headbutt. There's no punch. You see? There would be no punch that could have connected there, regardless of if there was a punch. Boom. Big headbutt. Shoulder. Yeah, that was very. I mean, it was not purposeful at all. I don't blame Dillian Whyte like that. It was a.
You're welcome, IBT.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, they both.
That was perfect.
Both, off that punch, they both were coming towards each other, so they both collided heads. But
yeah, but that's clearly that it wasn't from a punch. It was a clear headbutt.
Got you. But again, he still knocked him on his ass in the 9th round, clear as day. And then that was the 3rd round when he knocked him down. I'm gonna look up the scorecards. I want to see what the actual officials scored the fight.
It's on BoxRec. I can bring it up. We have Pablo saying
no.
here.
No. I don't want to see the score. I want to see the score cards, like showing what each of the 3 referees scored each round, like what they gave 10-9 here in the first, 10-9 in the second, etc. I want to see their scorecard itself so I can see how much.
Oh, like round by round.
Dictated. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that round, I think, in my opinion, and from most people I know, that Parker was going to win that round, and then he got downed at the end, and that ended up affecting the scorecard. And Pablo here, Pablo 005 says, Joseph Parker cracks jokes on Dillian Whyte's headbutt rematch in Beast. That's a video on YouTube, and if you find that title and click it, apparently Joseph Parker explains what happened in that moment. Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot play the audio, but if you're interested, or maybe off stream I can pull it up, or we can do a watch together or something, where we can all listen to it at the same time. Yeah, I think the fight has its bit of controversy there in the second round, and due to the way, like, I feel if he had dropped him and dominated him every round after that, it would have been maybe bad because people would have said he was concussed. But because he was still competitive, and then he ended up getting dropped again, and then he dropped Dillian Whyte at the end, almost knocked him out. I do think, like, why not just rematch? It was close, competitive, entertaining, had controversy. Like, what else? What else do you need in the recipe to bake a rematch?
So it was the ninth round where White knocked him down, and then of course in the 12th Parker came back. But you got to look at like I said, if you see, you got to do two things to give Parker a draw in this, because I'm looking at the actual scorecards. So one judge would have had Parker up if you give him the second round. So what you have to do is you have to say Parker won the second round, okay? But if you take away the knockdown and say Dillian Whyte won the second round, then Dillian Whyte still wins the fight. If you reverse it to where Parker wins the second round, so you take away the knockdown, and then you also on top of that give Parker the round that he lost, then it would be a majority draw. So you would have to do two favors to Parker to pull out a draw.
It's really only one. It's really only one non-favor, which is the ref does his job properly, calls it a headbutt, right? And then they were already going to give it to Parker. I mean, I've watched the fight before. If you want to rescore that on the channel, Raiders channel, my channel, your channel, I'd be down to do that. I do think it was a close fight. Either of them could have really won, and I wouldn't have argued. But in the case of, like, what actually happened, looking at the way it works, you have to give Parker 2 points, take away 1 from White's total score, right? Is that how it goes down? So you give 1 to Whyte.
Yeah, it would. I'm looking at it. It would be a draw, a majority draw.
So the first judge, Phil Austin, would have given it 113, 130. Okay, that would have been a draw. This one would have been 112, 113. That would have been Parker, right? Let me see. No, it would have been 114, 112 Parker, okay? And then this one would have been 114, 113 Dillian. Oh, so yeah, it would have just ended up. That's weird. Three judges having a different card. So it would have ended a draw.
If you gave Parker that second round, if you gave it to him, which I would have to watch it again, because what I was trying to actually find is, because you can look up the actual scorecards themselves, but it's not published. I don't know why this is weird, but I wanted to see how they actually scored it. Then I tried looking up the CompuBox of the second round, and that's not listed either, which is insane. So again, if you gave Parker that second round, you took away the knockdown, and you said Parker won the round, then it's a majority draw. But again,
what's up?
Go ahead.
No, I found another website. It's not CompuBox, so I don't know how reliable it is, but it has the punches per rounds, apparently.
So how many punches did each one land in that second round?
It does not discern power punches. Oh, it does. Wait. Yeah, it doesn't give me power punches and jabs, so I have no idea. Sorry.
Landed more punches in that round.
Dillian Whyte landed more, but it says Joseph Parker. Let me see. And then combos and counters. They count combos and counters, but not power punches. It says.
Well, a combo could. Well, at least one punch in a combo is going to be a.
So I found I found the scorecard on Boxing Scene.
Oh, okay. What was it?
If you look up Dillian Whyte, it's So what do you want to know? Which rounds?
I think I may have found it as well.
Yeah, it's on Boxing.
Do you have a link to it, or where do I search?
No, I was asking if you had it. You said
I can do a link, but I'm on my phone, so I get kicked off if I try to share it. But so I'm just telling you where it is. Okay. It's on the Boxing Scene. If you just do official scorecard,
because I can't hear him.
Yeah, Smoke is talking right now.
Yeah, it's like, why can I not hear him?
Yeah, I was just telling him that the scorecard is on the Boxing Scene. If you just look up, if you just Google search.
Hear anything you're saying?
Yeah, so Smoke, he can't hear you. I'm just gonna drop a link in the chat. You can join back. I'll try to look for it right now, but yeah,
Here.
from what I remember watching it. What's up?
So that
Hey, IBT, I'm gonna jump off and jump back on.
Okay, cool. I'll just link
Hey,
it after.
smoke, talk.
Hey, what's up, man?
I can hear you.
Can
I
you
can
hear
hear you perfect. Now I don't know what happened. I couldn't hear you at all.
Okay, hold on. Let's see.
Did you say you found the because it sounded like what IBT was saying that you found a website that shows the punch stats?
Yeah, I put it backstage.
Okay. I'll bring that up. Oh, he dropped out for some reason. Probably because he switched tabs.
Yeah, I'm just wanting to know who landed more punches in that second round.
This was, yeah, it doesn't have the punch stats, but this is just the boxing scene score. This is their
see, that's not gonna
scorecard.
help us. So
Yeah.
I'm very good at doing scorecards. I don't want to risk this getting taken down because, like I said, this is 3.5 hours, which is going to be good airtime for you. So you don't want to lose that. But I mean, I do live commentaries on my channel all the time. I can put up there a breakdown of it, just that second round, because you put too much time to risk losing this on something stupid.
Yeah, I'm down to rewatch. I have a system that, I mean, Raider and I are very familiar with. Basically, we have this website where we're able to watch the fights together while not displaying it, and we can commentate over and watch it at the exact same time without needing to, like, okay, 3, 2, 1, press, right? So, we have a way we can all watch it together, us and the chat as well. But and you pause it and change the volume or whatever you want to do, but I can't do that right now. Otherwise, you have to add like another 2 hours onto the stream. But
Yeah,
I'm definitely down to do that later.
fine.
Yeah, I'm down to do that another day.
But I do want to say this. If Dillian Whyte landed more punches in that second round, then you have to give that round to him. And if you give him a 10-9 round by taking away the knockdown, then he still wins that fight on all the scorecards.
Bro, that's not how you score a
No,
round.
yeah, that's not how
You
we
don't score
score.
rounds by how many punches it lands.
Smoke, what are you talking about? It's a 10-8 round if you get one knockdown.
Bro,
It's a 10-9
it's four
round
scoring
if you win the
criteria.
round.
It's 4 scoring criteria. It is not who scores, who's landed the most punches.
That's not
how you score a 5 round, bro.
Smoke. My God. If Dillian Whyte won the round by landing more power punches, more jabs, etc., 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 if he won the round, then you have to say it's a 10-9 round for Whyte. If Whyte won
if he
that
won
second round, what I'm saying is, if he won the round, for fuck's sakes, then he won the fight. It's all contingent on if he lost that round or
okay,
not.
now I got you. Yeah, now I got you. I got you. Yes, if you give the round to Whyte, then he would have won the fight. Gotcha.
Yeah. So the only thing we're saying, I think, what Smoke and I both, exclamation, red signal came up was you said if he outscored Parker, then you have to give him the round, and that's not how rounds work. If you do give him the round, then he does win the fight. If you don't give him the round, it's a draw, which is important because a win and a draw can mean a lot. Look at Deontay Wilder first fight, Deontay Wilder second fight, right? Draw versus loss.
Right,
Obviously,
but
one was by
saying
TKO. But what I'm trying to say is that if you get outlanded 12-8, but they landed 10 jabs or 9 jabs and 3 power punches, and you landed 8 power punches, depending on that, as well as effective aggression, ring generalship, defense, you already counted for.
IBT. I have done probably 80 live scorecards on my channel. 80. All of my scorecards but 2 have been damn near identical to the judges at ringside. I know how to score a fight. All I was stating was, in general, if Dillian Whyte won that second round, then there is no controversy at all, because even if you take away the knockdown, he still wins on points. Period.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on real quick. Hold on. So if Parker won that round, it's a 3-point
it's
shift.
a draw. We've already done the math.
No, I know, but it's a 3-point shift, right? Because you're taking away 1 point from Whyte. It'll be a 10-9, right? You add 2 points.
It's a 3-point shift.
No.
Yes,
It's not a 3-point shift. No,
yes,
listen.
it is.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Yes.
hold
The,
on,
the
hold on.
final
Let me
score, the
finish.
final score
Hold on.
changes by 3.
I know. Yeah, it does because Parker has 8, right? 10-8,
But
right?
listen, it
Hold on.
doesn't work
Hey,
like that.
let me
Stop.
hold
Listen
on.
to me.
No.
You
Hold
add
on.
2 to Parker, you take 1.
You take 1 away from White. That's
Yeah.
3 points.
Yes, that's the 3-point swing that they're talking
No,
about.
but
Yes.
listen to what I'm saying. It's not a true 3-point. It's a -1 and a +2. That's not a 3-point swing in the sense of you're adding 3 points to one person.
No, we're not
It's
adding
No.
three.
They're
We're
not.
saying
That's
Nobody
not what
said
we're
they're
saying.
adding 3
+2.
points. Nobody said we're adding 3 points. We're saying it's a 3-point swing.
Yes, but for people who don't understand boxing, they're gonna think that you just add 3 points to Parker and
No,
Yeah,
no,
well,
it
no.
don't work
we're not
like
talking.
that.
We're not talking to people that don't know. We're talking to you.
But exactly what I'm saying is that you add 2, take 1 away, it's a majority draw. White still wins on 1, Parker wins on 1, and 1 has it a draw.
Yeah, yeah. So Charles plugged in a link that shows the boxing the CompuBox, but this is the same website I was on, Charles. It doesn't show whether the punches like punches thrown, punches landed, punch accuracy. It doesn't say what rounds what what punches landed, right? So I don't know in the eighth round if he landed 8 power shot to 12 jabs. Like it doesn't say. Why are there no CompuBox stats for this fight?
That's weird. That's what I was saying. Like I've never seen a fight, especially this high profile, that there's no CompuBox. I've never seen a fight that is this big that they don't release the judges' scorecards. Like this, very weird.
There's a couple of them that where they just like a lot of the times they get like a picture on Twitter or something, and then someone from BoxRec fills it in. But the issue I'm having is
Yeah.
like there's
I,
a
I
bunch
put
of
it. I
random
put
fights
it.
that get CompuBox, but not this one. Like I don't get it.
I put a link backstage to the for the round by round scorecard.
Yeah, that one was the boxing scene scorecard.
Oh, it wasn't the official.
No,
No,
no.
no,
I
it was
want
just
to. So
it
what?
was
What
just
I'm
the
yeah.
author.
So smoke. What I'm saying by official is their actual picture, their actual
Yeah.
scorecard. The ref.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I thought that was it. I just mistaken that was it. I know what you mean by it. Which the actual judges scored for cards
But
who scored
again,
the fight.
but it,
Usually it's
but
around. I thought
again,
that was it. Let me see if I can find it.
depending on who actually won that second round, if you negate the knockdown, is going to be contingent on was it a draw or was it a victory. That's what everything is contingent on, whether it's a draw or a victory. No matter how you look at it, Dillian Whyte didn't lose the fight.
Yeah. There's
Hey,
also so
I have the scorecards right here. I found them.
oh okay. Yeah, you want to put it backstage and I can screen share it or something.
All right, hold on.
And then Sporting Advantage says that he's just gonna do a fight breakdown for me. Wow, thanks. So check him out Tuesday. And then for the people in the chat may be confused, I understand that the like totality of the punches were in White's favor in a 12-1 ratio in the second round. I just don't know what punches were power punches or what punches were jabs, you know? So
Yeah.
12 jabs to 8 power punches, I would give that to Joseph Parker, even though 8 is less than 12, right? So I think we're just going to have to rescore this fight one day. And there's also the issue of the headbutt. Whether or not it counted, it happened in that, like, not on the scorecard that affects the fighter, right? Like you can be concussed or something, or you can just be like out of whack. So
All right, check right there. I put it in the comments. See if it's if I click the right thing.
yeah, you did. Okay, perfect. Let me
So
open image in the tab.
Yeah, but
if
that's not going to conclude anything because they're going to give Dillian Whyte the second round because it's a 10-8 round no matter what.
no, we know that. We know that. I just wanted to see how they actually scored each individual round.
Is that good?
Yeah, I
Look
can
at
see
this.
it.
Look at this. Raiders like a detective here. Yeah, so they all gave it 10-8, obviously, but here are Stephen Gray, Phil Austin, Christoph Fernandez. This is everyone's scorecard officially. Is there anything else you wanted to look at here? Do you want me to send this to you?
No, I was looking at the reason why I wanted to see it was I wanted to see how the fuck the one guy got 115 to 110, and he
Yeah, I
had
don't.
such a wide range on all the other ones. Why there's so much of a difference, and that's what I was wanting to see.
That's 8-4, right? 1, 2, yeah, 8-4. I would not say that fight was 8-4 in Dillian Whyte's favor.
Right. So when I say anyway, yeah, I'm gonna be quiet.
No, I understand what you're saying, Smoke, about corruption and all. But again, that's why I asked for this scorecard. I saw the actual scores. Obviously, we was breaking down the math earlier to find out who would have won or lost. But I wanted to see how the 115, 110 came to that conclusion, what rounds he picked and why.
So on the topic of first round to White, how? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. But on the topic of controversial scorecards, we are talking about the heavyweight division, and there was a certain draw that happened in a championship fight. I'm not sure if you guys are aware. Are you guys? I mean, Smoke? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. I think that I think Tyson Fury was lucky to get a draw. He should have actually lost on the scorecards and been counted out.
What?
What?
Smokes. You think Deontay Wilder outpointed Tyson Fury in the first fight using a 10-point must system?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I want to say this disclaimer right now.
Oh no!
I want to say this disclaimer right now. I know it seems like I've been fangirling for Dillian Whyte, and I'm not. I never fangirl for any fighter. I stay unbiased when I make my predictions. But boy, this is some real fangirling right here. Like if I've ever heard it, like he outpointed Tyson Fury.
No. You know what? I'm gonna tell you like this, right? So, what I think is that there was 5 swing rounds in the fight, and 5 rounds were definitely Tyson Fury's. 2 rounds were definitely Deontay Wilder's, right? And in the 2 rounds that were definitely Deontay Wilder's, they were both 10-8 rounds. The fact that there were 5 swing rounds in there, that could go either way. I'm really not fangirling. I'm just saying that there is.
Hey, I lost.
Hello, you cut out. Yeah, for me, I remember that fight being like either a 10-2 or an 8-4 at absolute worst for Fury. So I'm hearing 5 swing rounds. That is new. This is breaking news, as you can tell from the banner. I have actually never heard this. Somehow, Smoke and I have never talked about this. Somehow. And this is the first time I hear this.
I'm gonna say this, and then I gotta eat some food.
There's the link at the bottom.
But I do appreciate the invite to the channel. But I had it 10 rounds Fury, 2 rounds for Wilder. But I want to say this: in the 2 rounds that Wilder knocked Fury down in, Fury came back to outbox Wilder in both those rounds. The only reason why I give those rounds to Wilder is by default. If somebody gets knocked down, I give it to the person who knocked them down. But in both those rounds, Fury actually came, especially in the 12th round, came back to outbox Wilder for the remainders of those rounds. So I don't see how he got outpointed.
Okay, right. So again, like I was saying, I don't know. I cut out. There was 5 swing rounds in that fight. Like I was saying, if Fury won 5 rounds to me from what I saw, and Wilder definitely won 2 rounds, and with those swing rounds that could have gone, and even if you split the difference in there, like you get a draw, right? Even if you gave Fury more than Wilder, but really to me there was enough evidence for Wilder to actually win a point in that first fight. There's no controversy to me in the second fight, and there's no controversy to anybody. Like I don't care about like gloves and all that stuff. Like all that other that was just ass whooping to me, right? So and I feel like he was competitive. He could have given him one of the early round, like one of a round, either in round 1 or round 2, but nothing after that, right? So
yeah. I think the first one is pretty clear of any scorecard controversy, but this scorecard right here, I don't know if you guys can see me. Oops, zoom in. This scorecard right here, This is yikes. For Jesus Christ, man. Oh my Lord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds for Wilder. 115, 111. Oh wow. That is even the draw
See,
one
and
is
that's what I'm saying. Like,
disgusting.
see, the thing about this fight, and it comes down to a certain thing. There wasn't a lot of action, and there's an idea that you have to beat the champion, right? And there wasn't a lot of beating the champion. There was a lot of you could. No, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm just talking about the tradition of scoring, right? I'm just saying what would the action, but like even if you go like he outscored him. It was like literally by like one jab or something. You could say Tyson Fury was controlling the fight with his movements, or you could say that Wilder was pushing the fight by coming forward, right? It really you can split these hairs. You could give it to Tyson Fury, or you could give it to Wilder for a lot of the round, for like damn near half the fight.
Sorry, there's someone at my door. I want you. We can't hear you, man. You're muted.
No, I just had it off. I had the mic off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Smoke, I hear what you're saying. And Tony, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I got food too, so we're probably gonna have to wrap this up in the next like 15-ish minutes if we can. That'd be cool. If sooner is fine as well. But maybe we can have this another day for debate. Is my screen still sharing? No, right?
Hey, that's
yeah, we never got to Ruiz and we never got to Ruiz and Reynoso.
We're gonna have to rescore that fight.
Yeah, we got a couple. We got a narrator. You hear that? So, I guess we can put a pin in that one for now. Watcher, do you have any thoughts? I know you probably hopped on for that one, so I don't want to, like blindside you, kind of. What are your thoughts on that fight? You had some things to say.
No, I mean, I just hopped in because you were live. You've been live for almost 4 hours, man. So, I commend you on that. I just thought whatever you talk about, I'll talk about like in the last 15 minutes anyway.
Okay, cool. So we're focusing on heavyweights anyway. So, let me close some tabs right now. Apparently, there's this thing that's going on where because AJ and Fury started talking about fighting, Dillian Whyte and Deontay Wilder said that a clash could happen. Have an article here. They're linked. They've been linked for a while to fight, right? Obviously, because she had the bell and mandatory situation. He still has a high ranking in the WBC, so it's not like he wouldn't be able to get that fight. And as an interim champion, Dillian Whyte does bring something to the table in that fight. I don't know. I don't think he's financial A-side, like looking at the pay-per-views, but in terms of who actually has the thing to bring, who has something to lose in that fight, it would be Dillian Whyte because he has the interim title. So not breaking down the fight in terms of who would win, but what do you guys think conceptually of that fight occurring?
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
Are you down for it? You care?
Yeah. Like the thing is, Wilder needs to fight everybody in his generation anyway, right? Like he's already had a Hall of Fame number of title defenses. What he doesn't have is wins against everyone in the division, right? So what he's got is a bunch of title defenses and a draw against Tyson Fury and a loss against Tyson Fury. So there's still the Parkers out there, the AJs, the Whites, the Ruizes, like all of those names in order to show up that he fought everybody in his generation.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So what do you guys think about that one? Watcher Raider?
Yeah, he can go first.
What was the question? My bad.
I was basically just talking about like there's been talks already of possibly Deontay Wilder and Dillian Whyte meeting up. Not who do you think will win the fight or like how would you break down the fight, but just what do you think conceptually of that fight gets announced at some point? You know what I mean? Like, do you like that? Do you care for it? Like, how do you feel?
Oh yeah, I care for it for sure. I'd love to see that fight. That fight, I don't know how that man. Just because of Wilder's powers, the only thing that keeps him in fights. You know, I wouldn't even know what to pick. I mean, who to pick yet. But yeah, man, I would love to see that fight for sure. Go ahead, Smoke.
Oh no, I
Watcher,
already
Watcher,
said.
do you
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
go?
yeah. I already went. I said, yeah, I want to see. I'd like to see that fight. Like I want to see Dillian Whyte fight several people, and I want to see Deontay Wilder fight several people, and fighting each other is definitely on both on my list for both. So
Yeah. So Watcher, did you have any input on that?
Are you talking about Wilder versus White?
Yeah. So you know how you had a live just now while I was live about AJ versus Fury. They already have like this supposed financials already kind of wrinkled out. What do you think about Dillian Whyte talking to Deontay Wilder and possibly them two fighting?
Look at what Pablo put up. Yeah, everyone's a damn expert. Everyone assumes that Mexicans are friends with each other. Look,
I think
mean,
this guy I
like
mean
I like
sorry, go.
that
What
fight.
would you
White
say
and
that what
Wilder.
that Mexicans what?
He's saying that, okay, so there's a comment on screen that says the ref Alejandro Rochin is friends with De La Hoya, right? And he's saying, remember Diego De La Hoya? He's like his cousin was fighting Rios, and then he ended up getting knocked out. He was saying that this judge had scored at 5-0 in Diego's favor, meaning he's saying that the judge is susceptible to corruption. I don't think it was a racial thing, but what were you saying about the fight itself happening, Watcher? Sorry to interrupt you.
My bad.
Well, Wilder versus White is a fight I want to see. White's talked so much crap that I'd love for Wilder to get in there with him and kind of ice him out. And I want to see Dillian get his opportunity and see how he competes, at that level. It's a good fight. There's a lot of build up to it. But with the whole COVID and the mandatories and unification and everything, I don't know how all these fights are going to happen, Like, I don't know.
And you still got to worry about the franchise belt thing too.
Yeah. Are people mad about that though?
I'm if he doesn't fight, if Fury doesn't fight Dillian Whyte, I'm gonna be pissed, to be honest. Like that's gonna be so annoying.
You know what I can see happening? I can see Tyson Fury getting that franchise because he said already he don't want to fight White. White's gonna get it, and you're gonna see Reese fight White for that WBC belt.
Oh, that would be a good fight, but I don't want to see. I don't want to see it go down like that.
Yeah, the issue is Wilder is ranked number 1 in WBC. So Ruiz would have to jump start, he would have to leap over Wilder, which I don't really see that. I mean, unless Fury is saying, I mean, we're assuming that Fury is going to fight Wilder and then not fight White. But
we're actually assuming that he not only fights Wilder, he beats Wilder, and then he drops the belt. So I think if he would have beat Wilder again, he wouldn't be number 1.
No, but the issue is, should he fight White instead of fighting for undisputed? Right.
Well, what he should do is keep the fucking belt and fight the mandatory, and then go ahead and make the fight with Joshua and do your best to unify, because it's such a bad look to go with franchise. All right, Loma did it. I think Canelo did it. It's not a good look at all. Like, I want to see Whyte versus Fury. I think Whyte has got a better chance of beating Fury than Wilder and Joshua, because things that Fury is susceptible to, just make that fight. They both get an opportunity. It's a good domestic one.
I want to respond to Smoke. Hey, Smoke, I know what you're saying. Wilder is number 1 on the WBC, but we know that Tyson Fury is not going to ask for the franchise right now. he'll do it when he's mandated to fight White, which would be after the Wilder fight. And if he beats Wilder, Wilder would not be number one WBC anymore. I'm pretty sure they're gonna drop him down after
Right,
his
right. That's what I'm saying.
At
That's what I'm
least
saying. But
number four.
We're assuming it's happening after the Wilder fight happens, right? That's
correct.
That's all I was saying. So also we're assuming that he's not going to fight Dillian Whyte in order to fight for the undisputed. So yeah, like while I understand mandatory, I also understand anything can happen in boxing, and even in a win, you can damage yourself for the undisputed fight.
Yeah,
right. And it's just it's really just a how badly do you want undisputed? Did you only want undisputed in certain circumstances, but in other circumstances you don't want undisputed? And then what are those circumstances?
And you know what? I'm not counting out Deontay Wilder anyways versus Fury for by any means.
Yeah, I mean, I don't favor him, but I wouldn't say that, people shouldn't think he can win at all. I don't think he can, but I'm not gonna condemn you,
Yeah, don't be surprised if I actually bet money on Wilder.
Really? You'd bet money on him?
If you look at the odds are gonna be the odds are not out yet, but I'm pretty sure Fury's gonna be a heavy favorite, maybe 8-1.
It's possible.
So if
right.
on a 8-1, man, you put $100 down, that's $800. So yeah, and Wilder has that power, and I don't like when people be talking about that Wilder doesn't have power just because of the opponents he's faced. Either you have power or you don't. I mean, I think about it this way: a baseball player, right, that hits home runs all the time, he has power, right? When he faces a good pitcher, just because he can't hit against that pitcher doesn't mean he's not a home run hitter anymore. He's still got power. So Wilder's got to find a way to land that punch. Fury looks like he has his 1-2 timed really good. All he's got to do is work on that a little bit. How to set up, double jab, triple jab, maybe throw a little bit of combinations. He's got work to do, but if he can land, man, just like how he said, all you need is 2 seconds. He's done it before. He did it twice, and he was maybe a second or two away from beating Fury that first fight. So definitely don't count him out. And this is coming from somebody that hates Wilder's skills. Nasty.
Yeah, so to kind of move off that one and cover the last person I think needs to be talked about directly. I mean, you still have Pulev Rivas. I already talked about Parker early in the stream. We talked about him a little more. I think Hunter is in a solid place where he can swoop in and vie for title contention. He's like a fight or two away from a title fight, I think. Povetkin is fighting Dillian Whyte for the interim title. The last guy that we're left with is Andy Ruiz Jr. and Luis Ortiz, and I don't think Luis Ortiz is on the incline. I don't think he's going up. He's probably on the decline if anything. I really like Ortiz, so I still think he has skills that can prove, importance in a fight. I would like to see him fight these other top 10 guys before he leaves the sport. I don't want him to just be known for 2 Wilder losses and a Brian Jennings win. What do you guys think of Ortiz versus possibly Hunter, Reese, Rivas, Parker, etc.? I also want to talk about Reese with Reynoso.
Yeah, that's what I was. I was champing at the bit a little bit for that Ruiz Reynoso, because that's really the improvement that I want to see outside of what Wilder can do. I want to see what Ruiz can improve upon, because he's the guy that can fight at a range that is a problem for every heavyweight if he is focused, and I think able to add a couple of wrinkles about how to get inside people's power, right? But as far as Ortiz, and I think there's just too many guys around the big money fights, and there hasn't been any sort of build-up right? Instead, there's been to me, Dillian Whyte completely depressed the market for an Ortiz Whyte fight, right? And he's the guy that is the other sort of money fight outside of the big three that are money guys. So basically, I think the big, maybe a Parker fight, probably not. Maybe a Ruiz fight, since they're both PBC affiliates. That's probably the most likely. But maybe you can get Ruiz. I don't know, man.
I heard a plan, and I saw Pablo echo this in the chat. And the idea is that Reese, coming off the loss, fights Chris Arreola, which I think is an abysmal fight, super tune-up fight. I think he stops Arreola. I don't think Arreola has any real chance. And then from there, PBC wants to set up a Luis Ortiz and a Reese fight, which I think would be good for him. Because although Ortiz is past his prime, advanced in age, I do think he has a skill set that is still useful. And either way, it would be a good win on his resume. So I think whoever wins that is in a pretty nice spot. And I do favor Reese in that, especially as time goes on. And with Reynoso, I made a video on this. I think Reynoso can really iron out the issues that Reese has, like you're talking about, make it so it's a little easier to get in, some more upper body movement, staying disciplined. But right now, what I'm seeing from the videos he's uploading on Instagram, I'm not very satisfied or pleased. He's doing like footwork videos, but he's in a black t-shirt with Biggie Smalls on it, like a print tee. You know what I mean? It's kind of like those are heavy shirts normally. I don't imagine he's working out or sweating in a Biggie Small shirt. So that kind of posting those kind of videos, I don't know, just kind of irks me because it feels like he's trying to deceive people more than genuinely work. When Boxy opens up, hopefully Reese has him. I'm sorry, Dane also has Reese on a tight leash.
Yeah. He came in so big for that Joshua fight. It was just ridiculous. I mean, it was 283 pounds. He was crawling around the ring, getting his head jabbed off. I think Reneso's a very good trainer. He's good at making small adjustments. The way I've seen him with Canelo and all the other fighters, like that flyweight dude that trains with him.
Julio Cesar Martinez.
Yeah. That's it. It's a good fit, but he should take a tune-up. And Ruiz is fighting Arreola. I mean, I like that, because Arreola's probably going to come forward and just throw hell, and hope to get Ruiz out of there or outwork him to a decision. But Ruiz is going to have to do a lot to get back in the mix. I think Hunter will do a lot of damage. I think he can really upset a lot of things. And I think I'd really like to see him in a big fight. I feel like Al Heyman's not really going to put Ruiz in there as Ortiz because he knows that Ortiz almost took out his biggest star in Wilder. So he's going to sort of steer clear of that one unless both of them really want it. I don't know. Ruiz, though, he's got new motivation. So, he just needs to get his weight right. And he just needs to get his mind right. And I think he's such a skillful fighter. And whoever he fights next will, get a good test out of him. But I like Hunter. And I think you mentioned Rivas. Those two, Hunter and Rivas. I think those are the two dark horses. I feel like they can do. I know Rivas lost to White, but we can talk about that another time. But those two guys, especially Hunter, dark horse of the division, in my opinion.
Yeah, hey, who's Usyk fighting next?
Chisora.
Chisora? I would love to see
think...
Usyk versus Reese. I would love to see that.
Ooh. That's a tough fight because, I think of all the heavyweight champions that we've had in terms of AJ Fury and Wilder, and at the moment I favor them against Usyk just because he's been he's just an idea at heavyweight right now. I mean, Chaz Witherspoon was countering him at points, right? So we have to see like how he's actually going to perform in this bigger weight. But Usyk's taller and longer than Reese. Maybe he could just try to outbox him. But it all depends really on what kind of Reese we see and whether we see a motivated, leveled up Reese, or we see a deteriorated Reese, or one that's overweight. So to me, like the wild card of the division would be Reese, and then the mystery, like the guy I'm waiting to see how they're gonna pan out, whether they're gonna be elite or nothing's gonna happen, is Usyk. And I agree with Watcher that I think Michael Hunter is gonna make the division a little interesting when we don't expect it.
Mm. Yeah, well, one of the fights that I'm looking forward to is Usyk and Reese. Or I like Reese, man. I wouldn't mind seeing him fight White neither.
Yeah,
I want to
that'd
see
be
him in
good.
a big fight.
Yeah,
Because
I think they're entertaining.
yeah, I mean, it showed in the first fight with Joshua that he can box. It's not a good idea to be trading with Reese, and Joshua found out the hard way. So his second fight, he boxed him, and Reese didn't take that fight too seriously, and he got outboxed. But I would love to see him against any of these top guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, most definitely. I think I'm gonna wrap this up soon. If you guys have any closing thoughts, let it be known.
Yeah, I'll go first. Thanks IPT Vampiro for having me on. Get this smoke. Who else is here? Watcher. I haven't talked to you before, and everybody else that was on the panel, and everybody in the chat, man. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace out.
Yeah. Thanks, my man. I mean, I clicked the link, so I may not help myself, but good talk. I'll catch you when you go live again. Like I said before, man, you got a good channel, so just keep at it. And the other co-hosts, you good to talk as well. You make the panel good. And yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Thank you, Raider, as well. And then Smoke, you want to close this out?
Yeah, man, that was fun. I definitely think Michael Hunter can do some things. I'm looking forward to see what Ruiz can do and how Ortiz calls it a career. I think it's sort of sad what happened to him, but at the same time, the division moves on. It's there's very exciting things happening at the top and in the middle. So yeah, good talk. Good having you back. And can't wait to the next one.
Happy to be back. And if you guys, thanks so much, Smoke, for coming on. It's always a blast having you on. Just to close this out, I guess we got some plans for some future lives with Tony, rescoring Dillian Whyte versus Joseph Parker. We also want to rescore another fight. Which one was that? Oh, yeah, Fury versus Wilder 1. That'll be a cool one to have Smoke on. He said that Wilder actually won on points. If you don't know, Black and Brown is going to be live in about 4 hours doing the big board episodes that he does, and those are awesome. Yeah, Tony, thank you so much for coming on. Let me make a banner for you as well. I'll be including everyone's channel in the description when the video is published and fully done and everything. But I had a lot of fun doing this. I didn't even get to cover everything that I thought we would cover. Yeah, see you, Rainer. Pleasure to have you on here. So if you guys want to hang out later, talk boxing, go to Black and Brown Boxing channel at 10 p.m. Pacific time in about 4 hours. I'm just going to eat something right now. And yeah, man, I loved having this stream. Lots of discussion about the heavyweight division. And I want to do this with a couple other divisions that either people don't know about, or just, it's pretty deep, or there's interesting prospects in terms of both fighters and things that can happen in the future, kind of prospects, like the super middleweight division and divisions I feel are underappreciated, like the super flyweight division. But I just decided to start out with heavyweight because I've been itching to tackle this one, and it's a division that I think most people follow and can have input on. It's interesting as well. So thanks for tuning in. Leave a like if you enjoyed. Shout out to everyone that was on the panel. Like I said, I'll put their things in the description, and shout out to the chat. And of course, if you made it to this point somehow, the playback gang, Big salute to you guys. I'm gonna close this out now. Yeah. Peace. Thank you everyone for coming.